All right, we are live. This is Sound Booth Theater Live. Thank you guys for coming. Really appreciate it, and really looking forward to getting started for today's recording. This is the third part of the cold reads of Dungeon Lord 5, Nightmare Kingdom. And yesterday we went through a giant epic battle. It was a siege of a place called Raventa. And after the battle, things kind of settled out, and we caught up with Alder and Klek and Kess and Lavina, and it's clear that time is running out for the Wraith's haunt if they can't get Ed back. So, yeah, we haven't. Let's see. We spent a while in Ivolus, and Ed. It looks like we're going back to Ed here in chapter 6. So Hugo wasn't able to join us yesterday. We'll watch out for him for today. And let's go ahead and start sharing the screen. I also want to remind you guys that we do have Monster Hunt NYC is now available on our books on tape. So if you check out our merch store, soundbooththeater.com, you can find our merch store there. You'll see that all three books of Monster Hunt NYC are available in one cassette, and you can order that from our merch store. Also, on our platform, we have Tor the Dungeon Crawler, narrated by Justin Thomas James, written by Jeffrey Koenig. That is a continuation of the Wizardums books, which were the Travis Baldry, Jeffrey Koenig fantasies that were released on our platform over the past couple months. So yeah, if you guys got interested in that fantasy series and you want to hear SBT take it on, Justin Thomas James narrated Tor the Dungeon Crawler. So check that out, guys. Let me know what you think about it. That's on soundbooththeater.com. And lastly, if you check the description below, you will see that all the links that the link for Dungeon Lord is available there. The first audiobook in that series, there's 4 so far, and book 5 here, what I'm working on now, is the first installment in almost 5 years. So if you're interested as you listen in checking out the original story, it's right there. And here goes, chapter 6. Chapter 6. Dark's Meddlings. Dark's Meddlings. The sky above the construction site was dark and cloudy. Ed raised his eyes, swiped the sweat. I'm going to change position of my microphone here. This should help. What's up, JB? No matter what, I always happen to have some cable on the ground stopping me from moving this thing properly. There we go. The sky above the construction site was dark and cloudy. Ed raised his eyes, swiped the sweat off his forehead with his wrist, and wondered if his crew would Ed raised his eyes, swiped the sweat off his Ed raised his eyes, swiped the sweat off his forehead with his wrist, and wondered if his crew would could squeeze, fuck. Ed raised his eyes, swiped the sweat off his forehead with his wrist, and wondered if his crew could squeeze in maybe 1 extra hour of work before it... What's up, Just Vibing? JB, good to see you. Ed raised his eyes, swiped the sweat off his forehead with his wrist, then wondered if his crew could squeeze in maybe 1 extra hour of work before it began to rain. About a dozen men buzzed around Ed, slowly transforming scaffolding and piles of planks of wood and About a dozen men buzzed around Ed, slowly transforming scaffolding and piles of planks of wood and materials into a house-shaped structure. The dungeon lord dropped the couple concrete sacks he carried on his back. Damn. Can't get through more than 2 sentences. The dungeon lord dropped the couple concrete sacks he carried on his back next to one of his contractors and walked over to the trucks at the entrance to load some more. As it turned out, Ed was good at construction work. He could tell load-bearing beams at a glance, knew almost exactly how many materials would be needed for each project, and handled the appropriate logistics with He could tell load-bearing beams at a glance, knew almost exactly how many materials would be needed for each project, and handled the appropriate logistics with nearly supernatural ease. As a result, his crew finished most contracts ahead of time and under budget, which meant he always had more work lined up, if he wanted. Building a house, the dungeon lord thought, was far simpler than making sure a dungeon wouldn't collapse under the onslaught of heroes and angry inquisitors. It was hard work, but he welcomed it. It gave his mind a clear goal to focus on. The money was nice too, but he spent most of his earnings on the cryptocurrency mining setup and toys for Mr. Ramiro. The money was nice too, but he spent most of his earnings on the cryptocurrency mining setup and toys from Mr. The money was nice too, but he spent most of his earnings on the cryptocurrency mining setup and toys from Mr. Excuse me, guys, just warming up. The money was nice too, but he spent most of his earnings on the cryptocurrency mining setup and toys from Mr. Ramiro. He hauled some more sacks of concrete on his back for his last trip, then walked back his steps. Some of the contractors outside his crew gave him bewildered glances. The advanced metabolism, stubborn resilience, and spectral regeneration talents meant that building up a sweat was no longer so simple. For the past few months, getting drop-dead tired had been exactly his goal, which meant working non-stop for hours on end. A metallic clang rang somewhere behind him, like a sword striking an iron shield. Ed turned in a blur, his body reacting on instinct before his conscious mind would have a say in the matter. The noise had... Ed turned in a blur, his body reacting on instinct before his conscious mind could have a say in the matter. The noise had come from a hammer. The noise had come from a hammer which had bounced against a support beam and would have fallen on the... The noise had come from a hammer which had bounced against a support beam and would have fallen on the ground inches away from Ed, had he not caught it at the last second. He studied the hammer in his hand and tried to steady his pulse. Stephen Wilden says he finished all 4 books of the Chrysalis series yesterday. Thank you, sir. Book 5 is coming very soon, don't you worry. He studied the hammer in his hand and tried to steady his pulse. Jeez! Jeez! Tyler exclaimed from the scaffolding a couple dozen feet above Ed.
Jeez!
Tyler exclaimed from the scaffolding a couple dozen feet above Ed.
Sorry about that, boss. Almost brained you there. Sorry about that, boss. Almost brained you there.
Ed rapped his knuckles on his safety helmet. That's why we wear these. He picked up the hammer. He picked the hammer up and climbed up the scaffolding with practiced ease. Here you go. Here you go. I almost lost it back there, he thought. If he had activated his evil eye, unlike what Gallio believed, Ed's co-workers had no idea what he really was. If he had activated his evil eye, unlike what Gallio believed, Ed's co-workers had no idea what he really was.
Is there anything wrong, boss? Tyler asked. You've been kind of distracted lately, ever since we helped that guy escape whoever was chasing after him.
Everything is fine, Ed said. A few drops of rain fell on his helmet. Tell everyone we've done enough for the day. Tyler nodded.
So I take it you won't come with us to the bar afterward?
Ed had spent most afternoons glued to Ivolus Online, roaming the Steravosi countryside with a hastily built healer character. Most of the citizens of Raventa that had managed to escape the city rushed to the territory not controlled. Most of the citizens of Raventa that had managed to escape the city rushed to the territory not controlled by the Haunt's towers. While that happened, Ed had avoided inquisitorial parties, healed the wounded whenever they got While that happened, Ed had avoided inquisitorial parties, healed the wounded whenever they let him get close, and fought off bandit incursions. It was like trying to plug a sinking ship with a thumb. I don't think Carl's a real thing. I think Carl's a typo. It was like trying to plug a sinking ship with a thumb. I think my angle is off. I think I need to reset how I'm standing here. While that happened, Ed had avoided inquisitorial parties. Most of the citizens of Raventa that had managed to escape. It was like trying to plug a sinking ship with a thumb. It was like trying to... Excuse me, guys. Maybe I need water. It was like trying to plug a sinking ship with a thumb. Bandits were the only resource that never dried up during wartime, and at night, hungry beasts roamed Sterevos, looking for victims. With most of the adventuring groups hired as mercenaries either by Ed or the militant church, there weren't many people left to keep the roads safe from predators. Not a day went by without Ed's healer running across tragedies like an upturned carriage on the side of the road with... Not a day went by without Ed's healer running across tragedies like an upturned carriage on the side of the road with the remains of a merchant family strewn across the mud. Ed took a look at his phone and noted he had a new email. Next time, maybe, he said.
Of course, boss. Next time for sure.
I need to clean my glasses. Yeah, with his thumb. Trying to plug a boat with his thumb. And at night, hungry beasts roamed Sterevos, looking for victims, with most of the adventuring groups hired as mercenaries either by...
I gotta clean my glasses.
Just like Ed. Just like Ed could... Just like Ed could take a look at the scaffolding and know the house would be ready in 3 more weeks, he could also glean information about the haunt from the travel patterns of the Inquisitors and refugees, the hunting habits of wolf packs, the shambling masses of zombies, the columns of bonfire smoke from the woods. Fuck. Just like Ed could take a look at the scaffolding and know the house would be ready in 3 more weeks, he could also glean information about the haunt from the travel patterns of the Inquisitors and refugees, the hunting habits of the wolf packs, the shambling masses of zombies, the columns of bonfire smoke from the woods, and the orders sent to the heroes in the shape of quests. Although the Haligian army hadn't yet made landfall, and wouldn't for a year or so, war had nevertheless arrived at Starevos. The haunt, his friends and family, were fighting for their lives at that very moment. The taking of Raventa showed they were getting desperate, no doubt feeling the noose closing around their throats. Hi, Lauder Gaming. Sorry, I thought I did say hi earlier, but I guess not. A curtain of rain fell over the rooftop. A curtain of rain fell over the rooftop where Ed and Gallio stood, protected from the pouring water by Nibbler extended like a small tarp over them. There was an ice cooler next to them, full of beer, and a pizza box resting atop. The Inquisitor gazed below using a pair of binoculars. His expression was grim. He hadn't spoken much since the events of Raventa, but had taken to his training with a passion and had made great strides in his recovery. Ed grabbed a slice of pizza and took an Ed grabbed a slice of pizza and took an Ed grabbed a slice of pizza and took an unenthusiastic bite. Wait. Any changes? Wait. Any changes? Right. Any changes? No. The office building in front of their lookout was indistinguishable from the others spread around the financial district. It had a small garden somewhere near its 5th floor, a gym near the top, a pristine water fountain on the steps by its entrance, and a few food franchises right next to it. The upper building was owned by a law firm, and Pantheon's headquarters were somewhere near its middle. Somewhere in those offices, Ed knew, was a large, dark, cold room full of servers enchanted with Ivalian magic capable of communicating between the worlds. One way or another, Ed could use those servers to change the course of the war. Perhaps even stop it in its tracks. They exchanged places, and Ed grabbed the binoculars. He had no idea what he was looking for. Someone that looked suspicious? Plenty around to choose from, thanks to the law firm. A Haligian with a bone to pick against the crown? Perhaps a local that had switched sides? The Inquisitor grabbed a slice of pizza and took a doubtful bite. He blinked, then took another. More enthusiastic one. Then he scarfed down the whole thing.
I could use something like this instead of road rations. I could use something like this instead of road rations. I could use something like this. I could use something like this instead of I could use something like this instead of road rations. I could use something like this instead of... I could use something like this instead of road rations. I could use something like this instead of road rations.
He said numbly, almost to himself. Remind me to give you the recipe someday, Ed said. His focus was on the offices ahead, but his mind was trying to work out a plan. Mr. Ramiro still needed more time to find Ed's toys, so facing the knights head-on was not an option.
We traveled to Raventa a couple of times, back when I was a sheriff.
Galio said. He cleaned the grease from his fingers and the rainwater pooling around his feet. A ranger-like gesture.
I own Kess and the others. We escorted merchants and hunted the occasional netherworldly incursion whenever a local cult got careless.
It was the most the Inquisitor had said in a while. Ed lowered the binoculars and realized Galio's gaze was somewhere very far.
Back then it was a poor city, but cheerful. They had this festival where everyone dressed as a monster and roamed the streets. They claimed it was to confuse dark energies and give the spirits of their ancestors a chance to walk around with their families. But I think it was mostly an excuse to get roaring drunk. The Inquisition banned it. Examiner Harmon signed the order. Or so I heard.
Ed winced. He suspected that even without Harmon calling the shots, Raventa wouldn't celebrate their version of Halloween for a while.
We have done a number on those people, haven't we?
Galio asked suddenly, looking at Ed square in the eye.
All of us. You and me. The light and the dark. Sometimes I dream about the factory. About Sephar's words. How he promised to end the gods.
Unconsciously, his hand drifted to the spot above his navel where he'd been stabbed.
And now I see this world. Your gods, if you even have them, keep their distance. And life goes on nonetheless.
The dungeon lord hesitated. It was the first time Galio had displayed anything other than zealous indignation. Earth has its own set of problems.
It would have been better for everyone if you just surrendered,
Galio went on, abruptly changing the subject. His back had a soldier's stiffness, as always, but his eyes were haunted.
But it is too late now, after what happened in Raventa. The idea of a free Stravos has spread. It is spreading this very moment. Blood will run with or without Lord Wraith, and after the Haligian army raises Undercity, they'll retake everything the Haunt captured in the meantime, and then even more innocents will die.
Not if I have anything to say about it, Ed thought savagely. I didn't want to start a damned war, Galio. We were left with no other choice. Men won't just lie down and wait to die when a superior tells them to. If left no other option, people will fight. But we can still stop this if we convince the militant church that Sephar is the true danger. We'll deal with him, then afterward I can return to my forest and spend the rest of my life making underground highways and exploring old ruins, and you won't hear from me again.
You truly think that will happen?
Galio shook his head.
We are not in control of our actions, Edward. Our nature is. We dance in the palm of the gods. That's why there will be a war. It is why, after we've dealt with Sephar, I will deal with you. So you don't become the next him.
Ed disliked prophecies with a passion, and the gleam in Gallio's eye was starting to get dangerously close to prophetic fever. Fine. Fine. If that happens, if I turn into a tyrant, you're most welcome to take care of it. Excuse me, guys. Fine. Fine. If that happens, if I turn into a tyrant, you're most welcome to take care of it. But in the meantime, I need you to get your fucking shit together. He pointed at Pantheon's offices and handed the binoculars back to the Inquisitor. You can start by telling me all you know about your white-haired friends. They stopped Safar the first time. Perhaps we can get them to finish the job for us. After all, it's kind of their mess. Cold air whipped at the two men and threatened to rip Nibbler away and draw it into the growing storm. Jolts of joy and nostalgia reached Ed, the fiend who was born in the inhospitable skies of the Netherworld was having the time of its life. Gallio scratched his chin. His hair was a wet, blonde mop buffeting his forehead.
The Silver Knights are an ancient order of the militant church, like the Inquisition, only much older. They're fewer in numbers, but pack a stronger punch, so they are the people the kingdom calls when they want someone very dead and want it done yesterday. There's 10 of them. Those two you ran over. They are Hasmol and Anshul. They are Hasmol and Anshul, if I recall my history lessons correctly.
So, are they immortal or something? Ed asked. The tale of Sephar's Bane happened generations ago. Alder told it to me once.
The names are hereditary titles, which are handed to a new worthy aspirant when the knight dies, along with the set of talents that comprises the class Silver Knight. At first, they were all elves, back when Haleges was an elven kingdom, so they used to be immortal. Not anymore, I suppose. They're just really, really hard to kill. Each of them can shroud themselves in divine blessings, which makes them impervious to anything less than heroic ranked magic and legendary dark magic.
He paused, visibly trying to refresh his memory. Ed could almost see a young Gallio dozing off in a classroom while his teacher droned on and on about the deeds of long-dead men.
Their order is part of the covenant between Alita and her faithful. They are a symbol. As long as they exist, Haleges cannot fall.
Ed made a mental note to compare Gallio's tale with Alder.
Ed
made a mental note to compare Gallio's tale with Alder's. Although both of the men were Halegians, Alder had a bard's education in ancient lore, and Gallio had grown up in a monastery, which meant any feats of the Silver Knights could be exaggerated, or frightfully accurate.
In addition to the armor, they can summon divine blades that cut through any dark enchantment, banish any fiend back to the Netherworld, and destroy all undead on touch, even ancient vampires. Every knight also has a different main talent. Most of their experience points go to upgrading it. Anshul can manipulate objects with her mind, including her own body. Hasmol controls dreams and can force others into deep slumber. Zafel could heal any cure Zafel could heal and cure any curse. She famously saved the lives of more than a couple kings. There are various depictions of her as statues all over the palace. Another one could see across great distances, and maybe even the past, if the talent was upgraded enough. Dromiel was simply impervious to any kind of damage, physical or otherwise. Mere Carl can summon the brave soul. Mere Carl can save the brave souls of past Inquisitors to fight the enemies of the light. Mere Carl can summon the brave souls of past Inquisitors to fight the enemies of the light. He flashed a grin for an instant. I asked a teacher about that when I was young. Isn't the summoning of spirits the realm of witchcraft? And aren't ghosts a type of undead? He shook his head. I could not stand for a week after that beating. I could not stand for a week after that beating. Shook his head. As Galio went on, Ed felt more and more like he missed the times when all he had to worry about were wraiths and a couple of heroes. Now, on top of everything else, he had to find a way to deal with the Ivalian equivalent of a superhero squad.
Lauder Gaming says, Galio is cold-blooded, man. He needs to hug it out with Edward and commit to the bro-relationship. I agree. I remember really liking Galio and being frustrated by the fact that he and Ed were enemies.
Keep calm, he thought. We've dealt with impossible odds before. No matter how mighty these assholes are on Ivalice. I doubt they expect a shotgun blast to the face. Now, tell me why we have a chance against them, he told the Inquisitor. Galio frowned. I never thought I would ever need to fight the Silver Knights. He walked dangerously close to the edge of the rooftop, as if to take a closer look at his childhood idols. All I can think is, their numbers are diminished. There's only about 6 of them active nowadays. Years ago, Lady Vanes, her brother Hines, Cale Arpadel's father, and a bunch of other Years ago, Lady Vanes, her brother Hines, Cale Arpadel's father, and a bunch of other infamous dungeon lords faced the entire Silver Order on the shores of Ross. 3 knights died, Dromiel by Vane's own hands. Although the lordship never recovered from their own losses, as far as I know, some of the dead knights haven't been replaced just yet. Finding and training a worthy successor is a strain on the coffers of the crown. Perhaps having a full Silver Knight roster is too expensive with the Hero Project. Active. Ed recalled the hundreds of heroes patrolling both Haligis and Staravos at all times, and how expensive they were to maintain. He could fathom a guess at what
He could fathom a guess at why the Crown wasn't interested in sponsoring more Silver Knights when the modern heroes were much more effective. Cost-efficient as well, since you didn't need to train and manage a new hero. The players handled that on their own. For free. It seems that not even Haligian warrior saints were immune from... automation eating away at their jobs. It seems that not even Haligian warrior saints are immune from automation eating away their jobs, Ed thought. Dramiel was the one impervious to damage, wasn't he? How did Vanes manage to kill him? Ed wondered.
You'll have to ask her,
Galio said with a shrug. He had the sour expression of someone asked to explain in detail why his favorite sports team had lost the World Cup.
You'll have to ask her,
Galio said with a shrug. So, Vanes and the others killed a bunch, but faced 9 to begin with? So, Vanes and the others killed a bunch, but faced 9 to begin with? Where's the last one?
The 10th is Aukrath.
Where's the last one?
The 10th is Aukrath.
He said, so as if the mere name was sufficient answer. As if the mere name was sufficient answer on its own. Annoyed, Ed started to say something cutting, but then something nagged at the back of his head. He had heard that name somewhere else.
Yes, I'm not surprised you recognize him,
Galio said.
You're alive because of him, after all.
He pointed at Ed's chest.
Remember?
The scar in his chest, which Lisa's cleric had healed in the nick of time.
Aukrath is the demigod that clerics in Ivalice Online worship. Aukrath is the demigod that clerics in Ivalice Online worship.
Aukrath is the demigod that clerics in Ivalice Online worship. Lisa had a crush on him. Wasn't he some mortal who died and then was reborn? At the time, Ed hadn't paid much attention to the Good Kingdom lore. After all, Ivalice Online was merely a game, and Aukrath was probably some cheap messianic figure... After all, Ivalice Online was merely a game, and Aukrath was probably some cheap messianic figure knockoff. Messianic? Is it messianic?
Messianic.
Messianic. Okay. After all, Ivalice Online was merely a game, and Alcroth was probably some cheap messianic figure knockoff.
No, not like that at all. No, not like that at all.
Now it was Galio's turn to be annoyed.
Alcroth was the leader of the Silver Knights. Alcroth was the leader of the Silver Knights, the light's shining star. It is said Alita herself selected each Alcroth personally, her only direct intervention since the Age of Myth, and then the new Alcroth would choose his new teammates himself. Only the bravest and the most pure and humble among mortals could hope to receive the title. And the final Alcroth was one of a kind, the last remnant of a better time. Even the nobility venerates him today.
Messianic. Messianic. Ed had heard more than a couple times about heroic figures that were the last representatives of a bygone age. Ed had heard more than a couple times about heroic figures that were the last representatives of a bygone age. He was starting to wonder if those ages had been truly as great as everyone claimed. He also noted that Galio himself could give Lisa a run for her money on the Alcroth's #1 fan position. Okay, I'll bite. What happens to him? He asked. The childish glee vanished from He asked. The childish glee vanished from Galio's face.
The bane of Sephar happened. The bane of Sephar happened, he said dryly. The Alcroth of that era led the hunt across Sephar's domain, which extended throughout several kingdoms at the height of his power. When they finally cornered Sephar in his last dungeon, not long after he had released the Mind-Brood Plague across Haligese, Alcroth faced the Dungeon Lord alone. They both mortally wounded each other. The rest of the Order arrived, executed Sephar by throwing him in the Mind-Brood breeding pit, then mourned Alcroth's passing. However, when the time came for Alita to appoint a successor, she never did. According to doctrine, Alita uplifted the last Alcroth into her court as a reward for his sacrifice. The rest is history.
Sometimes Ed's mouth spoke on its own before his better judgment had a say in the matter. Sometimes Ed's mouth spoke on its own before his better judgment had a say in the matter. Well, it's obvious what actually happened, isn't it?
Is it?
Happened, isn't it?
Is it?
Galio raised an eyebrow. Man, that just means that Sephar infected that guy somehow, Ed said, with a grimace of sympathy. The reason there's no successor is that he's still around. The reason there's no successor is that he's still around. You know the freaky shit Sephar pulled with his own character sheet back in the factory? Same deal here. Hell, I'll bet you a Vifara it's that Malikar. Hell, I'll bet you a Vifara it's that Malikar guy. Hell, I'll bet you a Vifara it's that Malachar guy. Hell, I'll bet you a Vifara it's that Malachar guy. Here, hell. Same deal here. Hell, I'll bet you a same deal here. Hell, I'll bet you a Vifara it's that Malachar guy. Had Ed been back in the haunt, he would have started an investigation quest into any famous figures that looked even slightly like Alcroth. Hell, he'd played enough RPGs to fathom a few guesses of his own. Maybe Sephar was using Alcroth to get to the Inquisition, or Alcroth himself was impersonating the Lothian. Maybe Sephar was using Alcroth to get to the Inquisition. Maybe Sephar was using Alcroth to get to the Inquisition, or Alcroth himself was impersonating the Lothian. Or Alcroth himself was impersonating the Lothian. Instead of losing his temper in defense of his idol like Ed had expected, Galio just scoffed and said,
Impossible. Alcroth would never betray the light.
Right. Of course. No idea what I was thinking.
Betray the light.
Right. Of course. No idea what I was thinking. 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 Ed was 99% sure that Alcroth was a mind brood somewhere, waiting for a dramatically appropriate moment to reveal himself. The Dungeon Lord blinked. That was a very Alder way of thinking. Well, thanks for the history lesson, leaving his guesses about Alcroths behind. Leaving his guesses about Alcroth behind, Ed already had a few guesses on how to deal with a bunch of overpowered holy assholes, but they all involved time, money, and copious amounts of explosives. So, does any of them have a deadly allergy to peanuts, or... He trailed off. It was lunchtime below in the financial district. Dozens of assistants and interns wielding umbrellas crossed the busy avenues, headed to the nearest overworked cafeteria. Bikes and bicycles brought deliveries in all directions. The Dungeon Lord raised the binoculars and searched among the crowd headed toward Pantheon's building.
Anything wrong?
Galio asked. In the middle of the steps, a young woman berated a man with a braided beard. He was arguing back while picking up a bunch of worksheets that had slipped from an open briefcase lying at the end of the steps. "What are you two doing here?" Ed wondered. They had changed enough over the years that it was a small miracle he'd recognized them at such a distance. They had changed enough over the years that it was a small miracle he'd recognized them at such a distance, even with the binoculars. It was probably because of Mark's beard, which hadn't changed at all. They wore semi-professional clothes, which meant rainbreakers, suit jackets over gaming t-shirts, and clean jeans. As Ed watched, Lisa went to retrieve the briefcase and helped Mark with the papers, while the white-collar workers walking up and down the surrounding steps gave them blank looks. "It's okay," "It's okay. Just two old friends." They seemed to be doing just fine, and judging from their clothes and their presence here instead of Laser Shark, they no longer worked in Ryan's IT store. Perhaps they were going to offer Pantheon a proposal. Perhaps they were going to offer Pantheon a proposal of some kind. Ed grinned. Good for you guys. Pantheon would probably reject their offer, but if they had the confidence to attempt it once, it meant they were willing to try again somewhere else. Then he narrowed his eyes. The three of them had played Ivalice Online together. Mark and Lisa had broken Io's rules by aiding him during the battle for Undercity, and had doubtless been banned for it. Their names could still be somewhere in Pantheon's database, along with their association with him. Would someone recognize them? Perhaps they were in danger after all. The two of them had no idea that Pantheon and The two of them had no idea that Pantheon and Ivalice Online were more than they seemed. Mark finished packing the briefcase again, and they went up the steps toward the building's entrance. Ed glanced over to Pantheon's offices, wondering if there was a silver knight waiting at the end of the elevator, ready to enact the light's justice upon his innocent... Ed glanced over to Pantheon's offices, wondering if there was a silver knight waiting at the end of the elevator, ready to enact the light's justice upon his innocent, unsuspecting friends. Good prediction, Lauder Gaming. Lauder Gaming says, calling it now, Galio is going to kill the evil Alcroth and then become the new one. I think that's not a bad guess. If Pantheon is anything like most tech companies, looking over databases and handing out bans is the purview of interns and IT clerks, it's really unlikely Lisa and Mark know or care who they are. And even if they did, Pantheon isn't going to off two persons in the middle of the financial district. And even if they did, Pantheon isn't going to off two people in the middle of the financial district. This is Earth. The rules here are different. Pantheon knew that. The Silver Knights, on the other hand...
No offense, Galio told him, but your expression doesn't match with everything being fine.
Ed decided he was being paranoid and started to wave him off. It's really nothing. A series of alarms blared inside his head when the wards he had set up around the lookout activated all at once. Adrenaline coursed through his veins as he turned to the Inquisitor.
I felt it too,
Galio told him, eyes wide with confusion.
Someone just used high-level dark magic in the vicinity.
It wasn't me, Ed said, answering Galio's unasked question. If this was a netherworld incursion, it would end badly for everyone involved. Who, then? In a few instants, the very busy avenue below had turned into an empty street as rainwater ran down the pavement like miniature rivers, heavy with dirt and trash. Mark and Lisa disappeared past the revolving doors of Pantheon's entrance.
We're in danger. If we felt it, so did the Silver Knights. They must be buffing up right now. We need to leave or we'll be next.
Ed barely heard the other man. There is only one... There is only one other dark-aligned person on Earth that I know about. But what is that idiot trying to achieve? He's going to get himself killed. A solitary figure crossed the street. He wasn't wearing a rainbreaker or carrying an umbrella, and by the time he reached the middle of the intersection, his clothes were soaked. The man moved with an attempt at stealth, hiding behind trees and parked cars, apparently trying to keep out of sight of Pantheon's offices.
Edward, that is the plane shifter,
Galio pointed out unnecessarily. I know, Ed said through grit. Ed said through gritted teeth. There was no movement coming from the building so far, but that was even worse than having a bunch of flying silver assholes bursting through the windows. The Dungeon Lord could almost see them right now, observing from a vantage point, trying to figure out what, exactly, Ryan was trying to achieve here. The Silver Knight's hesitation would only last a moment, like a lion wondering why a juicy antelope had nonchalantly walked up to him, then put its head inside his open maw. Eventually, the lion would stop looking for a trap and start to chew. A rule of thumb, Ed had learned, was that coincidences rarely came in pairs. Mark and Lisa showing up to a job interview while Ed kept a lookout was fine as a mere coincidence. Gallio and he had kept watch for days now. It made sense that they'd eventually cross paths. However, Ryan appearing at the same time for unrelated reasons strained Ed's disbelief. The two events had to be related. Ryan knew about Pantheon's true nature, because he'd trained under Lady Vanes and lived in the Netherworld for half a year before the endeavor. He also knew that Mark and Lisa had betrayed Ivalice Online's rules to help Ed, because Ryan himself had been the one who had, albeit unknowingly, stabbed him in the chest. What he probably didn't know was that the offices weren't just full of helpless interns and white-collar workers, but also 3 super inquisitors on steroids. Ed let out a string of curses that would have made an Undercity smuggler blush. "Let's go," he told Gallio, as Nibbler flew down from its perch and draped itself along the Dungeon Lord like a ragged cape. "He's our ticket home, and he's about to get purged. We need to stop him." Gallio followed after him while Ed rushed for the stairs. "What in Elita's name is he trying to achieve?" Ed shook his head. "The idiot is trying to redeem himself." The idiot is trying to redeem himself. Boom! Got a set finished. Ryan time. It's actually Aucrath. But that would... Bill Underbridge says, that is like... Okay, so first, Lauder Gaming says, calling it now, Gallio is going to kill the evil Alcroth and then become the new one. Bill Underbridge says, that is likely, but that would force a breach of the protocols and mean he and Ed must battle. Oh, shit. Protocol. Oh, that's pretty funny. You think the rain? You think we should have a rainy day? I don't know. So, yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. Let's go back to that set real quick and... A curtain of rain fell over. I kind of love the idea of, rain going through that whole chapter, because just the mood of the chapter, was, I think, just really, really good for that. And I always find the sound of rain to be very relaxing. Chapter 7. Redemption Wanted. Months ago. Somewhere in Germany, sunlight poured into a hospital bedroom from an open window. A bird sang in the garden outside. The room was full of colorful flower arrangements, red balloons, and cards. A bird sang in the garden outside. The room was full of colorful flower arrangements, red balloons, and cards hoping for the prompt recovery of the unconscious young man lying in a bed much cozier than those found in a non-deluxe hospital. State-of-the-art machines flanked the bed like robotic guardians, but otherwise the room was empty. I'll be right back, guys. I forgot. This is, I hope you guys won't judge me too badly. I forgot to wear socks before I started narrating, so I'm going to go fix that real quick. Be right back. Yeah, sorry. I am putting on my Narration Plus One socks. These are my Sound Booth Theater Narration Plus One socks. If you guys want some narration socks, if you want to be masters of the vocal arts, be sure to visit soundbooththeater.com and go to the merch store. Pick your own pair up. Retentional? Okay, that one I don't get. Bro-tential. I don't think Ryan's bro with anybody. I think he'd be the worst bro. Yeah, he does not understand any protocol. Much better. Why did I put myself through an entire chapter with no socks? But otherwise, the room was empty. I cheated you guys. That chapter is just that much lower quality because no socks. Just no socks at all. It's ridiculous. An observant person would note that the sofa bed under the window was clean and unused. There were no backpacks with changes of clothes lying on the floor, nothing filling the trash cans, and not even a cup with a toothbrush in the bathroom. Our invisible observer would perhaps read the medical data at the feet of the bed and realize the patient had left intensive care 2 weeks ago. Waking up from an induced coma was not a simple feat. It was a gradual process that expensive doctors were paid considerable amounts to handle in the best way possible. Of course, if our invisible observer were not a mere human being, but instead a cruel, uncaring, sadistic demigod with powers beyond the grasp of mortal minds, well, it was possible then that they would... Of course, if our invisible observer were not a mere human being, but instead a cruel, uncaring, sadistic demigod with powers beyond the grasp of mortal minds, well, it was possible then that they wouldn't give one damn about proper medical procedure. Despite the warmth outside, the hospital room was very cold. Despite the warmth outside, the hospital room was very cold. In fact, the flower arrangements and the balloons cast shadows with long, sharp edges that seemed to reach hungrily for the neck of the patient. A trick of the light, no doubt. The machines flanking the bed beeped once in a machine-like approximation of sudden confusion. Then they shorted out. A smell like rotten fruit and formaldehyde replaced the clinical air of the place. Ryan Randall woke up screaming from a terrible nightmare he could not remember. Dr. Rosenfeld stood next to Ryan's bed, frowning as he flicked, for the 9th time, through the incident report a very surprised nurse had filled out for him. Someone had removed the malfunctioning machines for the technicians to study, and the many drips around the bed had been somewhat checked and rechecked.
Again, our apologies, Mr. Randall, Dr. Rosenfeld said in barely accented English. We have no idea what... He cut himself off, perhaps realizing that precise choice of words might not be exactly reassuring for someone just waking up from a delicate medical procedure. Exactly reassuring for someone just waking up from a delicate medical procedure. Words might not be exactly...
Maybe the power generator shorted out,
he ventured instead.
Our technicians are already down in the basement. We'll get to the bottom of this.
Hey, Josiah Davis is here. Josiah Davis is the editor of this book. Good to see you, Josiah. Yay, I spilled coffee on my desk.
They wouldn't, of course. Ryan had a few guesses of his own about what had happened, none related in the least to a malfunctioning generator.
He didn't voice them to Dr. Rosenfeld, however. Talking was difficult after he had ripped out the tube that had been down his throat in the middle of a nightmare-induced panic. Exhaustion coursed through his body, and it filled his mouth with the taste of blood and bile. His hands were shaky, yet felt so heavy he could barely lift a finger. Apparently, he had attacked the nurses that came upon hearing his screams. Or tried to, at least. They had restrained him fast. Apparently, this was not the first time he reacted this way, although he could not remember it. What he could remember was waking up sure that he was surrounded by terrible insect-like monsters with wings like cockroaches and venomous mandibles that could tear a man apart, just like they had done to that kid's hands in the Factory of Nightmares. That name seemed quite appropriate now. He had left with some new nightmares of his own. All right.
We'll need to run some tests,
Dr. Rosenfeld was saying, tapping his report as if he could force it to make sense by sheer willpower alone.
We'll need to run some tests. Your body went through quite an ordeal, Mr. Randall. There are a lot of people wanting to talk to you, but of course we pride ourselves in our discretion. You'll be safe here until you're ready to go outside.
I don't think you understand,
Ryan thought gloomily.
There's nowhere for me to be safe.
He wanted to be alone, to make it all go away. Perhaps he could portal himself back to his room. The new machine next to him registered an increase in his pulse.
Magic doesn't exist,
A wound and desperate part of his mind told him.
There are no such things as portals. Argent Planeshifter is just a dumb name and a bad dream, and if I go to sleep, everything will be fine in the morning. Monsters do not exist. My parents,
he asked Dr. Rosenfeld with a raspy voice. A consummate professional, Rosenfeld did not allow his expression to betray his own opinion.
Your parents were very worried. Your parents were very worried about you, Mr. Randall. They paid top money to have you in on one of the... They paid top money to have you in one of the best... They paid top money to have you in one... They paid top money to have you in one of the best medical... They paid top money to have you in one of the best... They paid top money to have you in one of the best medical facilities in the world. They'll no doubt be quite happy to know you've awoken. They'll no doubt be quite happy to know you've awoken. They'll no doubt be quite happy to know you've awoken, and that you're in... They'll no doubt be quite happy you've... They'll no doubt be quite... They'll no... Fuck me. They'll no doubt be quite happy to know you've awoken, and that you're in... full possession of your mental faculties, once they hear about it.
so they're not here.
At least he could feel a bit of comfort in knowing some things never changed.
They are managing a charity event in Tokyo, is the last I heard. I'm sure they'll come as soon as their schedules allow.
Ryan said nothing. He was too tired to feel anything. The doctor shuffled a bit in place.
I'm going to give you something you can rest. I'm going to give you something so you can rest,
he said, reaching for a syringe and a nearby drip.
Make it a double.
Warmth.
Make it a double.
Warmth flooded Ryan's veins. carried him into a comfortable... Warmth flooded Ryan's veins, carrying him into a comfortable, numb darkness. More liquids. Bill Underbridge says, "You look sad. Have some drugs so I don't have to talk to you. Sleepy bye." Exactly. Oh, yeah. Ryan's parents were glad to hear he was fine, and even happier their company would be rid of the unwanted media attention. Ryan's parents were glad to hear he was fine, and even happier their company would be rid of the unwanted media attention garnered since the incident. Their agenda was too full to meet him in Germany at the moment, but they did fly out a famous psychologist, Dr. Jet von Hoff, to put the pieces of his mind back together while a physical therapy team handled the arduous recovery of his body. It would not do for the heir of the Randall conglomerate to be anything less than fully operational. After a single session with Ryan, Dr. Jet von Hoff Is that a German name? Jette von Hoff.
Jacco von Hoff.
Von Hoff. Okay. Jette. One more time. Jette. Ryan's parents were glad to hear. Their agenda was too full to meet him in Germany at the moment, but they did fly out a famous psychologist, Dr. Jette von Hoff, to put the pieces of his mind back together while a physical therapy team handled the arduous recovery of his body. After a single session with Ryan, Dr. Jette von Hoff. After a single session with Ryan, Dr. Jette von Hoff. After a single session with Ryan, Dr. Jette von Hoff. After a single session with Ryan, Dr. Jette von Hoff diagnosed him with heavy PTSD and suggested that long-term therapy was needed, as well as the possibility of an extended stay in a specialized mental health facility. The new replacement psychologist, Dr. Zobel, was willing to offer a diagnostic more in line with the Randalls' opinion about Ryan's mental status. Oh, man. I love that. Do you ever feel the need to harm yourself? Dr. Zobel asked at the end of their third session. Ryan fidgeted in his seat. Ryan fidgeted in his seat, barely paying the man any attention. He was looking past Dr. Zobel's shoulder at the wooden statue. Zobel? Zobel? Is it Zobel?
Zobel. Zobel. Zobel.
Sobel. Sobel.
Zobel. 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 His mental status. Do you ever feel the need to harm yourself? Dr. Zobel asked at the end of their third session. Dr. Zobel asked. Dr. Zobel asked at the end of their third session. Jette Vonhoff, as well as the possibility of the new replacement psychologist, Dr. Zopel, was willing. The new replacement psychologist, Dr. Zopel, was willing to offer a diagnosis. The new replacement psychologist, Dr. Zopel, the new replacement psychologist, Dr. Zopel, was willing to offer a diagnostic more in line with the Randall's opinion about Ryan's mental status. Do you... Yes. Dr. Zopel asked at the end of their... Dr. Zopel asked at the end of their third session. Ryan fidgeted in his seat. He was looking past Dr. shoulder. He was looking past Dr. Zopel's shoulder at the wooden statue the psychologist kept on his desk of a faun playing a lyre. The non-threatening horns of the faun seemed to grow in his field of vision, twist and sizzle and crack, slowly turning into serrated blades. Ryan? Repeated Dr. Zopel. Ryan blinked. The faun was just a statue.
No, of course not,
he said. Dr. Zopel scratched something in his moleskin notebook. Dr. Zopel scratched something into his... Dr. Zopel. Ah! Dr. Zopel scratched something into his moleskin notebook. Dr. Zopel scratched something into his moleskin notebook. What about memories from the incident? Dr. Von Hoff reported that you had terrible nightmares and trouble sleeping. Do you remember anything about those nightmares? Anything at all about what happened to you? Ryan remembered the palace carved out of infernal ice with that thing trapped at its heart. Tal Zamor, the demons had called it. At night, Ryan's chambers had shaken as the colossal monster groaned from the terrible wounds he, or it, had received back in a primordial age, fighting nameless creatures capable of harming the progeny of gods. He remembered Vane's hellish training and her contempt whenever he missed her impossible standards. He was compared constantly to Lord Edward Wright, the Wraith of Staravos, who had paved his way into infamy since the day he was summoned. What's up, Clumpy Charms? Why couldn't Ryan be more like him? Me since the day he was summoned. Why couldn't Ryan be more like him? He remembered Charon's rasping voice when the boatman had invited Ryan to a magical fantasy world where he could finally become the hero he'd always known he deserved to be. He remembered Charon's rasping voice when the boatman had invited Ryan to a magical fantasy world where he could finally become the hero he'd always known he deserved to be, where people would finally recognize his talent, a place where he wouldn't feel so damned alone after alienating everyone around him with his caustic attitude, what his father called a strong personality, as befitting the heir to the Randall estate. Above all, he remembered that Dungeon Lord boy watching the stumps where his hands had been with a blank expression, the way the boy's face had drained of color as blood sprayed out of the wounds. Despite having survived the endeavor, oftentimes Ryan felt exactly like that kid, all blank inside except for the fear.
No, I don't remember anything,
Ryan said. Dr. Zoppel watched him for what seemed like a long time. You do know you'll need to testify against Edward Wright when the police catch him. Ryan's parents had some pull with the detectives in charge of the case. Wright had last been seen interacting with a dangerous isolationist cult somewhere deep in the Alaskan wilderness. The reasons are unknown, yet concerning. Shortly after contact, the cult had disbanded. Ryan doubted the detectives would make good on their promises of capture, and he also knew that the charges against Ed were bullshit. The Dungeon Lord had had nothing to do with Charon tricking Ryan into accepting the Planeshifter's talents. However, at the moment, he could not care less about Ed or the police. What he really wanted was for his life to go back to the way it had been.
Right,
Ryan said without looking at Dr. Zoppel.
Whatever. Whatever.
The man sighed, scratched another note, then said, Do you still have trouble sleeping? I suppose we can do something about that, at least. That got Ryan's attention, which may have been a red flag had Dr. Zoppel. Which may have been a red flag had Dr. Zoppel not been paid quite handsomely to ignore those.
Oh, yeah? I mean, yeah. Yeah, we should. Totally.
Oops. A couple days later, after Ryan had managed to walk steadily without help from his recovery team for the first time, he threw on a clean hospital gown, used some gel in his hair, and made some video calls on his phone. Hansel Harrington was at the other end of the screen. Hansel was heir to half of the Harrington and Harrington conglomerate, a well-known reveler with a growing social media following, and one of Ryan's best friends. Oh boy, this is going to be fun.
Yo, if it isn't Ryan Meister. Yo, if it isn't Ryan Meister, glad to see you're up and about again. Yo, if it isn't Yo, if it isn't Ryan Meister, glad to see you're up and about again.
Hansel said. He kept a perfectly trimmed beard and wore an Italian wife-beater with his steroid-fueled body bulging out from underneath. Behind him was a hotel pool, and past that was some Behind him was a hotel pool. Behind him was a hotel pool, and past that was some tropical beach or other. Behind him was a hotel pool, and past that was some tropical beach or other. Behind him was a hotel pool, and past that was some tropical beach or other. Pop music blared in the Pop music blared in the distance.
Did you get my card? Hey everyone, say hello to my buddy, the Ryan man. Just a second, buddy. You caught me in the middle of a live stream.
I haven't hit his voice quite how I want to yet.
Yo, if it isn't Ryan Meister, glad to see you up and about again.
Hansel's. Hansel said. Okay, and let's change this a little bit. Shouldn't be shit phone. Let's try this one.
Yo, if it isn't Ryan Meister, glad to see you up and about again.
Maybe this one instead. Or maybe this one?
Yo!
No, that's way too loud.
Yo, if it isn't Ryan Meister.
No, not this one.
Yo, if it isn't Ryan Meister, glad to see you up and about again.
Maybe this one?
Yo, did you get my card? Hey everyone! Did you get my card? Did you get my card? Hey everyone! Say hello to my buddy, the Ryan man. Just a second, buddy. You caught me up in the middle of a live stream. Did you get my card? Hey everyone! Say hello to my buddy, the Ryan man. Just a second, buddy. You caught me up in the middle of a live stream.
Ryan glanced nervously at his hospital gown.
Yeah, everyone! Yeah, everyone!
Hansel was saying to some invisible audience.
The Ryan man was the guy I mentioned a while ago, the one who kidnapped... The Ryan man was the guy I mentioned a while ago, the one who got kidnapped by that crazy terrorist or whatever. Terrible ordeal, just terrible. Thank you so much for the donation. Terrible. Oh, thank you so much for the donation, Jinxmaster01. Much appreciated. Be sure to hang around the stream. The girls and I are rolling out on my new Jeep, just burning some rubber for a while. Anyway, as I was saying, good to see you up, Ryan Meister. You really should get on my stream and tell us everyone about your thing. As I was saying, good to see you up, Ryan Meister. You really should get on my stream and tell us everyone about your thing.
Damn it, I wanted that one to work.
As I was saying, good to see you up. Anyway. As I was saying, good to see you up, Ryan Meister! You really should get on my stream and tell us everyone about your stingy!
Damn it.
About your thing! As I was saying, good to see you up, Ryan Meister! You really should get on my stream and tell us everyone about your thing! Everyone's really curious to hear what happened to you.
Hansel gave his best bleached white smile, which someone never reached his eyes. The last thing Ryan wanted was to talk to a bunch of strangers about Ivalice. The last thing Ryan wanted was to talk to a bunch of strangers about Ivalice. They would all think he was insane anyway. He opened and closed his mouth like a fish out of water.
I'm not sure. Oh, thank you so much for the donation, Ninja the Wise. Remember to like and subscribe if you like my content.
A long time ago, Ryan would have had no trouble matching Hansel's vibe. Now, for some reason, it was as if the two of them lived in different worlds and spoke different languages. Ryan wondered if it was polite to mention Hansel hadn't even attempted to find out where Ryan was convalescing. In fact, find out where Ryan was convalescing. Sounds like a plane. Plane going overhead. It's convalescing. In fact, he had asked nothing about him or his well-being. Was that normal between friends? Was Hansel even a friend? He had been sure of that a minute ago. Did Ryan himself even like Hansel? Why had that never been a problem before?
Do you want to hang out after I'm back in the States?
He ventured, desperate for some reason.
You could be having fun with him right now,
A voice told him in the back of his head.
Just will a portal into existence. You know how. Half a continent is nothing compared to travel between worlds. Travel between worlds.
Ryan tried to pretend that voice did not exist. Thinking about his powers made him... Thinking about his powers made him... Thinking about his powers made him remember whatever he had seen when he had traveled through the portal to Earth. And right now he was trying his very best to pretend those things did not exist.
Oh, sure, Ryan Meister. Oh, sure, Ryan Meister. Whatever you say. You say. Oh, sure, Ryan Meister. Whatever you say. Oh, sure, Ryan Meister. Whatever you say.
Hansel replied cheerfully. He leaned back towards someone in the back in such a way that his pectoral muscles almost exploded in front of the camera.
Gotta go, Ryan Meister. You know how it is. The hustle never waits.
The next in line was Gabriella Morell, Ryan's ex and on-and-off hookup. Gabby knew how to party, and thanks to her trust fund was able to do that non-stop. Also, she'd been admitted into more rehabilitation centers than she could count, which was more or less what Ryan was experiencing right now, so surely she would understand how he felt. Gabby answered on the third attempt. We're going to give this one to Dory. Okay, so need to make a Dory button.
Yeah, who's this?
She looked as stunning as ever, a statue of flesh lovingly crafted by the best personal trainers, makeup artists, and surgeons of the civilized world. Lyon? Is that what that is? Yeah, that's in France.
So how do you get the pronunciation of famous French city, the second biggest city in France, right? What is the typical French pronunciation for this city? Well, you've understood it. It's not Lyon, and it's not Lyon either. It's simply Lyon. Lyon. La ville de Lyon. La ville
Lyon.
de Lyon. The city of
Lyon.
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 Lion.
Lion.
Lion. Lion.
Got it.
Yeah, who's this?
Yeah, who is this?
Yeah, who is this?
She.
Ah, Ryan, darling, I heard about what happened to you out there. I'm so glad to see you're up and about. Did you get my balloons?
The background behind her was the trimmed garden of her villa in Lyon, a parasol protecting her skin from the aging effects of sunlight as she enjoyed the half-slice of toast. A parasol protected her skin from the aging effects of sunlight as she enjoyed the half-slice of toast her trainer allowed for breakfast. A pang of hope gestated in Ryan's chest. Yeah, calling Gabby had been the right move. Gabby knew how to have fun, and fun was exactly what he needed.
Yeah, the balloons were great. Listen, what are you up to? The doctors gave me these shiny new designer pills.
He held up the bottle.
Doctor said they're pretty much as if benzos had a love child with oxys. I was thinking I should fly over to Lyon in a few days once I'm cleared. We could find out what happens if we snort these. We could find out what happens if we snort these, then get drunk on that tamarind vodka you like so much.
Gabby waved a hand dismissively. Something about the gesture nagged at the back of Ryan's mind, but the hospital Wi-Fi wasn't good enough for a stable HD stream.
Sorry, babe. I'm on a strict diet. Gotta get ready for my wedding dress.
Just tell your PT to change the stupid diet. Wait, what do you mean wedding dress?
She flashed her best smile as she pushed her hand in front of the screen to reveal a golden band. With a diamond that would have given any member of the thieves. She flashed her best smile as she pushed her hand in front of the screen to reveal a golden band with a She flashed her best smile as she pushed her hand in front of the screen to reveal a golden band with a diamond that would have given any member of the Thieves Guild an instant heart attack out of sheer greed. Another plane. What the fuck, guys? Stop flying places, people. I'm trying to record here.
In a few months, you'll be talking to Madame de Gerbersy.
Gerbesit.
Gerbe.
Gerbesit. Gerbesit.
Gerbe.
In a few months, you'll be talking to Madame de Gerbesit. In a few months, you'll be talking to Madame de B. In a few months, you'll be talking to Madame de Gerbesit. She said proudly. The de Gerbesites were, as far as Ryan knew, an obscure branch of Norwegian nobility. Once or twice, Gabby had mentioned them in passing, with calculated nonchalance, as her family's golf partners. Okay.
Gerbesit.
Gerbeset. Gerbeset.
Gerbesit.
Gerbeset.
Gerbesit. Gerbicide. Gerbesit.
Gerbeset. In a few months, you'll be talking to Madame de
Gerbesit.
Gerbeset. In a few months, you'll be talking to Madame de Gerbeset. She said proudly. The de Gerbesets were, as far as Ryan knew, an obscure branch of Norwegian nobility. The de Gerbesets were, as far as Ryan knew, an obscure branch of Norwegian nobility. Once or twice, Gabby had mentioned them in passing with calculated nonchalance, as her family's golf partners. Can you believe it, Rye? Me, a proper lady. This is all so exciting.
Lady.
A flash of panic passed above Ryan's heart. He faked a cough, then he faked a smile. Then he faked a smile.
Well, I suppose the doctors gave me enough pills to party, right? What do you say us and your fiancé go join Hansel for a couple days?
Gabby's grin lost her gleam. Lost its gleam? Probably. Gabby's grin lost its gleam. Man, all this noise outside today is ridiculous. I don't think that's such a good idea. I'm not hanging with Hansel anymore. It would not be seemly for the media to see me around someone like that. And she said, beating Ryan's next objection.
I don't think my husband-to-be would enjoy hanging out with an ex of mine. I'm sorry, Rye, I really am. You did get my balloons, didn't you?
The balloons were just past Ryan's laptop. They had deflated long ago, yet he hadn't bothered to get rid of them. They were like sad neon interpretations of a Picasso. Or was Dolly the one that painted the melted clocks? Ryan had no idea, and he couldn't be bothered to look it up.
Yeah, I did. I guess it's okay. Congrats on your marriage, then. I suppose I'll wait for the invitation. Am I right?
Gabby's smile matched Ryan's.
Yeah, babe. You do that.
They exchanged some stilted pleasantries after that, but it was awkward and painful for the two of them, so Ryan was glad when they hung up. It was as if a chasm had opened between them out of nowhere. Or perhaps that distance had always been there. Why had they broken up in the first place? Someone had cheated. Perhaps the two of them had at different points, repeatedly. Ryan couldn't remember. Most of his happy memories were blurred through a neon filter of designer pills, foreign club lights, and alcohol. And alcohol. She hadn't even asked what had happened to him during his supposed kidnapping. Once again, Ryan had to wonder, was that normal? Was that how friends were supposed to behave around each other? He truly had no idea. He didn't call anyone else after Gabby. He had other friends, yes, but they were more like sycophants who he knew would pretend to care about him and his ordeal in order to get an all-expense-paid party weekend out of him. Usually, that didn't bother Ryan. Dealing with people like that was part of his day-to-day, and they weren't so bothersome after the second bottle of vodka anyway. But the idea of being forced to pretend he liked those guys made him nauseous. Ryan Randall was all alone with his bottle of designer pills in his hideously expensive German hospital room. It was strange. Hansel and Gabby were just like him. They were the only two people that understood him. And yet, here he was now, feeling like a stranger in his own body, feeling like maybe Hansel and Gabby were kind of assholes. Had they really changed so much? Or had they always been like that, but he had missed it somehow? Or maybe he was the problem.
A dark demigod brought me to a fantasy world and gave me superpowers,
he thought bitterly.
Yes, it was a living hell, and I wish it hadn't happened. But at least it sounds good on paper, right? At the very least, it's a cool story to get me laid at a bar. And I did some cool stuff, too. I think. I even saved Ed's life at one point. That was definitely cool. Let the Wraith of Staravos reflect on good old Ryan lending him a hand.
And yet, he had no one to brag about it with. Who would believe him anyway? He had fallen so low he was forced to reflect on his adventures with himself. He let out a sad, self-pitying snort. Although he didn't know it, this was the first time in a while that he talked to himself. His first stumbling attempt at self-reflection. His first stumbling attempt at self-reflection, so to say. And whatever he saw reflected in the metaphorical mirror wasn't all that pretty. So, he downed 3 pills, exactly triple the recommended amount. About 30 minutes later, after the pills had failed to produce literally any effect at all, he realized that his enhanced metabolism talent was combining with poison resistance to block anything his body considered a strange substance. It was the first time since his return to Earth that he was forced to acknowledge that he even had a character sheet. The sane part of his mind pretty much gave up at that point and stepped away from the wheel, allowing an instant and overwhelming panic attack. The sane part of his mind pretty much gave up at that point and stepped away from the wheel, allowing an instant and overwhelming panic attack to do its thing. Searchlights wandered around the hospital gardens. And voices called Ryan's name. There were doctors and nurses and maybe the German police. He could not recall if Germany had police, and he could not be bothered to look it up. He was alone on the rooftop, only his headache for company. On some level, he knew that above him extended a beautiful sea of stars, invisible because of the light pollution. But the only reason he felt comfortable hiding up here was because there were no stars above. Nothing to remind him that the night sky was actually a terrifyingly vast black void that made all human achievements worthless and insignificant by comparison. And hiding beneath that great nothingness was the space between dimensions. The silence between heartbeats, and the only dungeon that mattered. Unlike outer space, this place between portals was not empty, and even worse, it was alive. Ryan shivered, despite not being cold at all. What made it worse was that he could not remember the dungeon world's inhabitants at all. He had been there for only a second, maybe less, but that was enough. He recalled only long, spindly legs rising. He recalled only long, spindly legs rising, whose heights dwarfed mountains and shaped in... He recalled only long, spindly legs rising, whose heights dwarfed mountains and shapes in the clouds like the sky was made of worms and teeth. Then madness. Someone below was using a megaphone, trying to convince him to stop hiding. Ryan observed their fruitless efforts a few feet away from the edge of the rooftop. He wasn't used to this, to thinking about himself in a way that wasn't meant to paint him in the best light. He remembered how he had felt under Vane's brutal rule, a slave that only... He remembered how he had felt under Vane's brutal rule, a slave that owned only his own thoughts, trapped in a living hell without any hope of escape. For some strange reason, thinking of this made him remember Lasershark and his employees, who were made to serve his every whim, unable to complain because they needed the paycheck to survive another month of rent in a post-crisis economy.
Am I an asshole?
He wondered aloud. He shook his head.
No, that makes no sense. Others are assholes toward me.
For some reason, that failed to make him feel better. For a couple months, he had thought that Lisa, Mark, and Ed had been his friends. supposed friends. He remembered that. They had played Ivalice Online together, right? Ryan had kept the video game, which was in truth little more than a failed tech demo for the Randall conglomerate, funded just so he could play with his friends. Ryan had kept the video game. Which was in truth little more than a failed tech demo for the Randall conglomerate, funded just so he could play with his friends. And still, those ungrateful bastards, Ed, Lisa, and Mark, were just using him, like everyone else. He frowned, thinking harder than he ever had. In his life. No, those three had already been playing before he found out. One of the three, somehow, had stumbled his way into an I.O. account, which wasn't available to the public anymore. Had Edward Wright, the Dungeon Lord of Staravos, known about Ivalice beforehand? Not even Ryan, or anyone he knew, had been aware of that until Heron showed up. Not even Ryan, or anyone he knew, had been aware of that until Heron showed up. But Pantheon knew, didn't they? They had to keep the servers up and give maintenance to whatever fusion between magic and technology they used to keep the heroes active. He wanted to laugh until tears. Ran down his face. The Randalls' financial advisors had called that company a waste of resources, useful only to report quarterly losses in order to skimp on their tax report. The only reason he had started working at the miserable local laser shark store was because Pantheon's failure to make a profit or produce a useful tech product had evaporated his interest in the corporate lifestyle. It had been a way to keep the money from his trust fund flowing while having an excuse to party pretty much nonstop.
Someone played us, he decided. Played me.
Perhaps they were jealous of him or something? He wasn't sure. But he had a way to find out, didn't he? A power his shadowy enemies did not expect. He was the plane shifter. A wave of dread traveled down his spine. Using the portals meant a chance to see the dungeon world again. There was also the fear of trying and nothing happening. Wouldn't that mean he had simply gone completely insane at some point and hallucinated the whole thing?
Mr. Randall! Mr. Randall!
A yell and a metallic noise almost made Ryan stumble out. A yell and a metallic noise almost made Ryan stumble out off the roof. A yell and a metallic noise almost made Ryan stumble out off the rooftop and into oblivion. The door to the rooftop, which he had barred with a broom, was shaking angrily.
Mr. Randall, let us in! Mr. Randall, your parents are very, very angry about this!
The door shook again, and the door shook again, and the broom splintered a bit. Ryan made his choice.
I'm not insane,
he said, ripping a sleeve off his hospital gown. He tied it around his eyes until he was sure he couldn't see a thing, even if his eyes were opened.
I'm not insane at all. And I'm going to prove it!
The broom finally broke. The door slammed open, and a stream of security personnel rushed toward him. And Ryan, who was absolutely more than a little insane, jumped off the rooftop.
Let's go home,
He pleaded. He pleaded on the way down. He pleaded on the way down. Jumped off the rooftop.
Let's go home,
He pleaded. And Ryan, who was absolutely more than a little insane, jumped off the rooftop. Charon, envoy of the dark god Murmur, observed with interest the red flash of netherworldly energy and the ripple in reality as Ryan disappeared in the darkness 1 second before his terrified medical entourage. Charon, envoy of the dark god Murmur, observed with interest the red flash of netherworldly energy and the ripple in reality as Ryan disappeared in the darkness 1 second before his terrified medical entourage could reach the rooftop edge. No one noticed the demigod, of course, ineffable as he was in the non-Euclidean reality fold he was using as a perch. Facebook user, are you Ryan? Are you Ryan Reed? Is that why that's funny? I can't tell.
There we go,
he said, satisfied. Unlike his father, who professed a mostly hands-off approach to influencing mankind, Charon knew that humans were frail meat constructs whose mental synapses tended to break. Charon knew that humans were frail meat constructs whose mental synapses tended to break as frequently as a cheap car. And Charon knew. Unlike his father, who professed a mostly hands-off approach to influencing mankind, Charon knew that humans were frail meat constructs whose mental synapses tended to break as frequently as a cheap car. Just like a stalled car was no use to its owner until it was fixed. Just like how a stalled car was no use to its owner until it was fixed, the dark had no use for someone in Ryan's state. Murmur did not care, but as the dark god's main link to humanity, Charon took a couple liberties every once in a while. Sometimes, people like Ryan only needed a little encouragement to get going again. In cases like this, Charon knew, timing was everything. The bard Alder Loom would have surely agreed. Charon had timed Ryan's awakening with meticulous care. One way or the other, the Dark needed their summoned champion back in play before the big showdown. One way or the other, the Dark needed their summoned champion back in play before the big Ivalian showdown. Surely his dear father would not mind a bit of meddling either way. Surely his dear father would not mind a bit of meddling either way. The boatman let out a satisfied sigh, then stretched the long limbs that protruded from his torso like needles from a pincushion. He took out a crumpled parchment from his mortuary suit's pocket and scratched a name out of a long list.
One down. One down. Just a couple thousand left.
Bony fingers that had too many joints ripped apart the fabric of reality, and the boatman slithered his way into the hole like a worm inside a corpse. The place he walked into was a world of ebony corridors at whose center beat the one heart from which the hearts of all dungeon lords were slivers off. The place he walked into was a world of ebony corridors at whose center beat the one heart from which the hearts of all dungeon lords were slivers. The songs of the ageless things kept captive in the dungeon dimension streamed out of the reality hole for an instant before it closed, a faint, wretched singing that reached the ears of the security personnel looking helplessly down onto the rooftop. It stole their breath away like a fist wrapping around their hearts. For many years, they would share Ryan's nightmares, knowing without knowing that they were real. One instant, Ryan was plummeting to his death. The next, he stood in a wet alleyway in the middle of a cloudy day. Cars honked in the distance, and people screamed at each other. Dogs barked, cats hissed, and a huge rat scurried between Ryan's feet and disappeared inside a pile of rotting garbage bags that could have easily concealed a corpse. A single tear threatened to fall down Ryan's cheek. It was all so beautiful.
I remember this place,
he said. Vaguely, as if in a dream, he recalled lying there while someone pushed down into his chest. He remembered a feeling like twigs splintering inside him when his ribs broke. He grimaced and pushed the memory away. This was the same alleyway where he had arrived. This was the same alleyway where he had arrived on Earth after escaping from the... This was the same alleyway where he had arrived on Earth after escaping from the netherworld and Lady Vane's. He walked out into the street and immediately heard someone gasping. He realized he was wearing only a torn hospital gown and blushed. But that didn't matter, did it? He was the plane shifter again. He hurried back into the alley, then portaled to the room in his apartment. To his room is probably what it should say. He hurried back into the alley, then portaled to the room. He hurried back into the alley, then portaled to his room in his apartment. Someone had cleaned it during his absence, probably the maid, Antonia. Otherwise, it was as he had left it. Ryan dressed up, put on his special edition NBA sneakers, found one of his old phones lying around, then one of his emergency credit cards, and was soon ready for action, despite not being exactly sure what that action entailed. Another flash, and he was back to the alley's entrance. Only half a block away was the place where it had all started. For him, at least. No one paid much attention to him as he walked, which was a nice change of pace. Two security tapes formed an X across the Laser Shark storefront glass panel. Two security tapes formed an X across the Laser Shark storefront glass panel. Past it, the interior was empty except for a couple dusty shelves. A notice on the door proclaimed, "Closed for renovations." There was no reopening date.
They really couldn't survive long without me, could they?
He asked. A part of him was sad to see the store in such a state. His memories of the place weren't exactly happy, but they were as close as it came. Laser Shark had never made much in the way of revenue, he recalled, and when Mark and Lisa, the last of the experienced employees, had left, some Randall Code and when Mark and when Mark and Lisa, the last of the experienced employees, had left, some Randall Co. junior executive probably realized it was cheaper to close the store down. Perhaps in a month it would become a profitable parking lot. There was a note under the renovation notice. If you still need your PC fixed, call us at... The number was familiar. Ryan looked for it on his phone's contacts and realized it belonged to Mark. Another search, and he had found out that Mark and Lisa had started their own IT business with obvious aspirations to work in video game development. He found their social media accounts, then the address of their new business workplace. He glanced around, made sure that no one on the street was paying him any attention, then portaled back to his room.
Funny,
He thought, lying on his own bed for the first time in recent memory.
I have the power to travel anywhere in the world. And beyond, I suppose. Yet I'm choosing to stay in the same old places.
It was the distance, he decided. It was easy for him to portal across small distances, since he had used that power many times back in Ivalice until it had become instinct. Crossing between dimensions. His throat went dry. Better not to think about that. He had no reason to ever go back to Ivalice. He stalked Mark and Lisa from their social media posts, going down on the timeline bit by bit. They were working from someone's basement. Maybe Mark's parents. Some of the photos showed them working late nights. It was clear those two were inching toward a relationship of some sort, if they hadn't already. He felt a pang of jealousy. Lisa had rejected him once, and now she was going out with Mark, of all people. He reached the part of the timeline when he had been kidnapped. No, when he willingly had accepted Charon's invite. It turned out there were no posts about his disappearance anywhere. Ryan hurled the phone away from him. It struck the wall, and its screen shattered.
What the fuck?!
He yelled, jumping out of the bed.
What the fuck, guys?!
Hansel and Gabby were one thing, but these two assholes were entangled in the Ivalice online conspiracy. Hansel and Gabby were one thing, but these two assholes were entangled in the Ivalice online conspiracy. Hansel and Gabby were one thing, but these two assholes were entangled in the Ivalice online conspiracy. He had disappeared out of thin air without any explanation, and they just didn't care. His shoulders slumped, the anger draining from his body like blood out of a mortal wound.
Was I really so bad to you guys? Not even a black filter on a selfie to pretend you're mourning my disappearance?
Hansel and Gabby would have never understood his experience in Ivalice. They never would have believed him to start, and even before he'd met Charon, he had never talked video games with them. Mark and Lisa, maybe they would have believed him, because the concept of getting isekai'd to a different world wasn't alien to them. Ryan had felt lonely many times in his life. Now, he realized there was no one to blame for it but himself. He swiped the tears off his face using his hideously expensive special edition hockey t-shirt.
Damn it!
He stood up.
Now I'm bawling like a baby!
At least his parents weren't around to remind him that crying wasn't seemly of the Randall heir.
Just when I thought I had already hit rock bottom.
The cracked screen of his phone showed Mark and Lisa's smiling. The cracked screen of his phone showed Mark and Lisa smiling above the announcements of their new business. The cracked screen of his phone showed Mark and Lisa smiling above the announcement of their new business. Content creators for video game companies. The post had a couple hundred likes, along with comments wishing them luck. The first of them was from Lisa's mother, glad that her daughter had finally found a job that made her happy. For most of his stay in Ivolus, Lady Vanes had treated Ryan like a possession she didn't particularly like. Ryan had felt powerless, unable to escape, unable to even change his station, with a literal explosive collar around his neck ready to explode. I'm going to try changing this one around. Ryan had felt powerless. Ryan had felt powerless, unable to escape. Ryan had felt powerless, unable to escape, unable to even change his station, with an with a collar around his neck, literally ready to explode if he portaled too far away from her. He picked the phone up, his mind wandering to the Laser Shark times. He thought about the way he had spoken to Ed, Lisa, and Mark, until Ed had finally snapped and assaulted him. For some strange reason, Ryan felt he owed them an apology. The idea tasted as if he'd just bitten down a whole lemon. The idea tasted as if he'd just bitten down on a whole lemon.
Maybe an apology is too much, he said uncertainly. I'm sure that a chat will be more than enough. I'll tell them my side of the story, explain that underneath this handsome mug lies a tortured soul. And after they hear all that, Vanes and Ed did, yeah, they'll have to forgive me after that.
At some point, he would reveal his planeshifter abilities in a dramatic fashion or another, maybe take them to Paris or wherever they wanted, so long it was on... Wherever they wanted, so long it was on Earth. Wherever they wanted, so long as it was on Earth. Yes, they would think he was some awesome superhero. They would really like him, and then he wouldn't have to feel so damn lonely all the time. A stream of confidence flooded his veins. Ryan fidgeted around the broken phone back to the picture of Mark's basement. Portaling to a place he hadn't been was harder than going back home, but not everything in life revolved around his magic. Instead, he called a taxi. He had a great feeling about this. Mark's house was in a middle-class neighborhood next to a public park, and was a single-story building with a small garage and an even smaller front garden. There was a welcome mat by the door, and a small white fence that had been recently painted. Ryan had seen similar places in movies and on TV, but he still felt out of place as he walked around the fence and headed for the garage. A sign on the garage proclaimed it as the offices for Midnight Mockingbird in shiny purples and blacks. We are software designers and content creators, but we also fix any computer, even who... We are software designers and content creators, but we also fix any computer. We are software designers and content creators, but we also fix any computer, even those working on punch cards and cathodes. We are software designers and content creators, but we also fix any computer, even those working on punch cards and cathodes. Just leave it to us, and it will work as new, guaranteed, the sign went on. It finally asked the reader to please knock on the aluminum garage door, because the doorbell wasn't working. Ryan raised a hand, then hesitated. For the first time in his life, he wasn't sure about what to say to someone else. He took a deep breath.
Just be your usual charismatic self, he told himself, and it will all work out.
He knocked 3 times and waited. Then he knocked again for good measure. 4 minutes later, someone grunted and the garage door slowly raised, like the portcullis of a tiny castle, to reveal a garage cramped with broken-down hardware scattered around an old, but clean, van. Posters of World of Warcraft and other old MMOs decorated the walls. Certainly not the best look for a serious company, but exactly the right look for a tech startup. His eyes then focused on the person that had lifted the gate. She was a taller, blonder, slightly older version of Lisa. She wore classy clothes and bright red lipstick. Ryan had always believed Lisa could be a hottie if she only dolled up a bit, and now his confirmed suspicions regarded him up and down with a scowl on her face. Okay, so Lisa. I don't remember what Lisa sounds like, so let's see what I can do here. Nose and into his mouth, staining his teeth. Chapter 1.
You. That's because you suck.
The giant red balloon with the teeth had floated into the fray and was throwing debuff magic onto Mark's tank character so fast that the stout
We're on
dwarf
book
was
1
left
now.
immobile, while half the Caftars swarmed him and rained hits on his armor with their scimitars. Ed clenched his teeth. Mark's job was to establish a safe battle line for the casters, Ed and Lisa, to work while Ryan flanked the elite minions. Hell, with Ryan in the middle of the
Maybe
battle,
next chapter
Ed
would be
couldn't
good.
even Chapter 2. Catabasis. The next morning, just as Ed arrived at the Laser Shark store, he was called to the manager's office. As expected, he left his backpack at the things. In a way, he knew
No,
the
she
group
doesn't
would not
talk in
last
this chapter 1.
Chapter
Or chapter 2.
Chapter 1. The most detestable coffeed wildly about like they were trying to... He may give us some clue for our quests, Edward suggested, without any real hope of being listened to. He had little doubt of what was about to happen next. His old computer monitor showed in barely 39 frames per second how Rylan Silverblade, Ryan's character, interrupted the boss guy's speech by leaping toward him with his dual-wielded daggers raised high.
There he goes again.
Groaned.
Got it. This one. Now, wait a second. Did I replace her? Did Annie replace her in book 3 or 4 or something? Almost forgetted to check that out. Lisa. I think maybe she did. All right, let's try from chapter 16. This is book 3.
To recover, and now appeared as comfortable as an otter in her nest. Ed was losing control. Chapter 16. Under City Harbor. Ed
Nope.
and Catalin exchanged updates and made sure that Alder and Kess were on the same page as they were. Catalin had been on the down low for a while, putting feelers through the guild and all her contacts.
Oh,
to
wait,
try
this is
to
book
find
2.
out
Oops.
Otherworldly fiend with an affinity for magic, which offset the vulnerability of their floating balloon bodies, leathery. Chapter 16. While the dungeon
No, this is
lord
book 4.
rested,
God damn it.
he got a white A4 sheet out from his folder. There was an ad with a... Chapter 16. Character creation. Lisa rummaged through the rows of cardboard boxes and plastic bags while doing her best to ignore the rats' squeaks coming from behind the plaster walls of the storage area.
It should be here, somewhere,
she told Omar.
Yep.
The new hire
Okay, that's
sported
Annie.
a brand new laser
Hey, no news on Eternal Dominion, actually. We're still figuring that one out.
her face.
You could have helped me lift this damn thing, you know,
She told him, visibly annoyed.
instead of standing in place like an idiot.
This was usually the part where Ryan said something witty, and if the girls were drunk enough, they were charmed. Then again, he was usually just as wasted himself.
Yeah. Yeah,
She said, waving him off.
No gentleman left, just my luck. So what? You need to fix a laptop and Best Buy was too far off your route? Well, you're out of luck here, too, because Sis just left. Maybe leave whatever it is with me and I'll keep an eye on things until she comes back.
Oh, this is not Lisa. Hold on. What is Lisa's sister's name? Diana.
With me and I'll keep an eye on things until she comes back.
Is this appropriate customer service? A small part of Ryan's mind wondered. The part of his mind that was ruled by his hormones, which was most of it, hushed into the part of his mind that was ruled by his hormones, which was most of it, hushed it into silence.
Actually, I wanted to see them. Your sister, I mean, and Mark. Friends of yours?
She asked, raising a sharp eyebrow. Ryan was suddenly very aware he was dressed like someone in the middle. Ryan was suddenly very aware he was dressed like someone in the middle of an existential crisis. Certainly not his best day. Wait, what? Why was he dressed like someone in the middle of an existential crisis? It said that he just put on some regular-ass clothes, right? It just said dressed up. Okay. It didn't say specifically how he dressed. Why would he... I don't understand. Okay.
From work, maybe, yeah? That lame place with the shark?
I mean, yeah, from Laser Shark. Actually, I was there... She cut him off, a smile drawing on her face for the first time during their brief interaction.
Oh, you must be Omar. Sis mentioned you, how she was hoping to poach you away from that shit-stained boss of yours that kept making her life miserable. Then the store went under, of course, and you dropped off the map. Glad to see you're willing to play for the good team for once.
She extended a carefully manicured hand at him.
Name's Diana.
Ryan shook it on instinct, her description of himself ringing in his ears. It was the first time someone called him a shit stain to his face without drugs or Ivolus being involved.
I'm not, Omar, actually.
Oh, well, another geek friend then. Like I said, you just missed him,
Diana said.
They have a business meeting,
she said with a complicit grin.
With a local game company or something, the ones with that Greek name. She was very excited about it, called it their big break and all that. It's marketing for a DLC, I think it's called? An add-on for their game.
She shrugged, as if she couldn't believe people made a living around video games. Ryan felt a pang of annoyance, but was too stunned to let it show.
Greek name? Like Pantheon?
To be fair, there really weren't many other options. The only video game developers in town successful enough to have their own offices was Pantheon. He had checked back when he had made the proposal to his parents.
Oh, fuck me,
he thought, his annoyance quickly turning into panic. Pantheon was involved with the militant church. Mark and Lisa were known associates of Ryan and Ed.
Yeah, sure, Diana said. If they nail the contract, I'm sure they'll have a job for you, you know? Maybe wait for them here, celebrate with them? Maybe wait for them here, celebrate with them? Anyway, what was your name again? Hey, are you all right? Anyway, what was your name again? Hey.
But Ryan was barely listening to her anymore. He was thinking about Pantheon and what he had learned about them from Vanes and the clerics of Talzamore. Ivolus Online wasn't a game at all, and the heroes that he, Ed, Mark, and Lisa commanded were actually constructs on a... Ivolus Online wasn't a game at all, and the heroes that he, Ed, Mark, and Lisa commanded were actually constructs an Ivalian kingdom used to keep their enemies in check. At the time, Ryan had been more concerned with other matters to really ponder the implications of that. Important stuff such as his own survival, his place in the world of Ivolus, and trying to get laid in a place filled with soul-sucking demons. But now that he was back in the relatively safe, non-magical Earth and all of that was behind him, one memory jumped back to the forefront of his mind. The last time they had played Ivolus Online together, Mark and Lisa had betrayed Ryan in favor of Edward Wright, who was in the middle of conquering a city. They thought it was just a game. But Pantheon? To them, Edward Wright was a bad guy, the kill-on-sight kind, and those two were his allies. Worse than that, Mark and Lisa had used the company's own system against them. Lady Vanes had told him the kind of welcome the Inquisition reserved for the dark-aligned like himself. His heart was beating so fast in his chest that he feared it would jump out of his throat.
No, no, no! It's all happening again!
He had barely survived in the endeavor against the Dark Aligned, his supposed allies, and now he needed to face actual enemies?
I need to go. I need to go. I need to go. I need to go.
He told Diana in a barely audible whisper.
Right now.
Okay? Rude, but okay. I mean, at least help me close this thing. It's way heavier than it looks.
It's fucking aluminum. Come on. He was already walking away. The noises of wood grinding against The sounds of wood grinding against rusty iron filled his ears, and the taste of blood and sweat filled his mouth. He was thinking of the devices the Inquisition would use on him if they caught him. He was thinking of the devices the Inquisition could use on him. He was thinking of the devices the Inquisition would use on him if they caught him. Calling the police would not work. They would never believe him. Finding Edward? Ryan had no idea where the asshole was. No, this was on him. Maybe in the past he would have let Mark and Lisa to their terrible fate. No, this was on him. Maybe in the past he would have let Mark and Lisa to their terrible fate. Left. That's what it... No, this was on him. Maybe in the past he would have left Mark and Lisa to their terrible fate. Today, he knew how that felt, damn it.
Okay,
he said, out of breath.
Okay. I wanted to be a hero, right? This is my moment. This is my moment. There's no Inquisition on Earth. There's only IT grunts. I can handle an IT guy, no problem. They don't even lift. I was trained by fucking magical Genghis Khan herself, right? And if things get hairy, I can just grab those two idiots and portal away. It will be nothing like the Endeavor. Shit. My parents still own that damn company anyway. Technically. So I'll just order them to leave us alone, or I'll have their funding cut. Let's see how they like it. Let's see how they like that. Funding cut. Let's see how they like that.
He cackled like a maniac, knees trembling. Knees trembling, he summoned a portal right there in the middle of the street. It was time to be the big damn hero for once. Wow, that was a very long chapter. Almost 50 minutes. Human USB. This is Ableton Live. Ugh. Chapter 8. Daring Rescue. Okay, I gotta look up Mark. This is book 4. We want book 3.
Shark purple and pink vest, with the eponymous shark smiling at the center. His curly hair was pulled back into a tight bun and held. Chapter 21. Test Dungeon. The fragile light of the scented candles arranged on her window's ledge mixed with the pale blue shine of lair characters came and went to and from the portal built above a raised dais surrounded by golden candles right above a hing Wraith's tip. Mark arrived a few minutes after Lisa, using a low-level fighter to test the waters, although armed with a high-level axe borrowed from his main account.
I hope you don't mind losing it if shit goes sideways,
Lisa told her friend once they were done connecting through TeamSpeak.
Yesterday I got a new one, so it'll be okay, I hope.
Mark said.
It's Louis from DCC. Later, Bill Underbridge. Good to see you.
Well, at least things today can't get any worse,
Mark said, as the two of them walked up the stairs toward the glass entrance of Pantheon's offices.
Right,
Lisa said tiredly. Just keep tempting fate, why don't you?
Right.
Their printed-out marketing plan had turned into wet mulch, and they looked like a disaster movie. Their printed-out marketing plan had turned into wet mulch, and they looked like disaster movie survivors after chasing after the papers in the pouring rain. Their printed-out marketing plan had turned into wet mulch, and they looked like disaster movie survivors after chasing after the papers in the pouring rain. Maybe Mark was right. Things weren't looking great for their chances of securing the deal. First impressions mattered in this business. Perhaps it was better if they went back home and called to reschedule.
I mean,
Mark went on cheerfully,
we still have the PowerPoint slides and the laptops, so we can clean ourselves up in the bathroom and be good to go before the suits get there. Game is still on, Lisa. No need to give up now.
She realized she was biting a nail, frowned, and dropped her hand angrily to her side.
You're right. It's nothing.
She trailed off, looking over her shoulder at the line of office buildings opposite Pantheon.
What?
Mark asked, following her line of sight.
Nothing,
she said. For a second there, next to a lamppost, she thought she'd seen someone that looked awfully like her old boss, Ryan Randall, staring at her like a stalking monster out of a horror movie, unflinching under the gray curtain of rainfall. A car had flashed by just then, and the mirage was gone.
Just my nerves,
she told herself. The last time, she told herself. The last time she felt like this had been at Laser Shark, the day she had met a strange, tall man that smelled of formaldehyde who had made her an offer she'd refused. That had been the end of it. Or so she hoped. They climbed the rest of the stairs, unaware that the street behind them was quickly clearing of people and vehicles. They stopped right at the entrance, where an old security guard eyed them wearily.
All right. This is it,
Mark said dramatically. He nudged Lisa playfully.
Midnight Mockingbird's big moment. One day we're getting banned from their servers, and the next we're running their social media. Finally, we're going places, Lisa.
Lisa returned the grin. Mark acted as if nothing ever worried him, but his hands had trembled while they raced in the rain to pick up the papers. The ban?
Stop yelling about the ban, she playfully chided him. Otherwise, we'll lose our first clients before we even get a chance to mess it up ourselves.
Right. Right,
Mark said nervously. He glanced around with a brief, confused expression, then nodded.
Ladies first.
Oh, so now you're a gentleman.
The lobby was air-conditioned and was decorated with a pair of plastic plants and a cheap TV showing a local newscast. A stern-looking, middle-aged receptionist sat behind an IKEA desk opposite the entrance, 2 elevator doors flanking her.
Not very fancy, are we?
Mark asked under his breath.
Well, they can't all be Silicon Valley,
Lisa told him. The receptionist examined them with a look of disapproval.
Did that umbrella spring a leak or something? You two are soaked.
Lisa offered her best apologetic smile, which came out more like a grimace. The air conditioning was making her shiver.
Just don't go complaining to me when you catch a fever tomorrow, the receptionist went on, as if Lisa somehow met with her
for coffee every Thursday.
Who are you here for exactly?
They told her, then showed their IDs.
Ah, Pantheon, yes, the game guys. Weird lot, that group. Going around all day and... what do kids call it? Cosplay?
Okay.
Ah, Pantheon, yeah.
Nope.
Sounds like our kind of people, to be honest,
Mark said, tugging on his wet beard.
I'm known to pull off a badass Gimli at conventions.
Good for you,
the receptionist said. She thumbed the intercom on her desk and announced them.
Okay, head on up. Pantheon's offices are on floor 8. You'll need to wear these visitor cards and sign in your arrival and departure.
The entrance doors slammed open.
Stop!
a familiar male voice yelled.
Don't get into those elevators!
As one, the three of them turned to face a young blonde man who was as soaked as Mark and Lisa were. For an instant, Lisa did not recognize him. He'd changed so much since the last time they'd met. Ryan Randall breathed heavily as if he'd just run a marathon, and his legs were trembling. The better-than-you attitude was gone. His handsome features were gaunt now, his blue eyes sullen with lack of sleep. It appeared like his nose had been broken and reset more than a pair of times. But it was Ryan, all right.
Mark! Lisa! You idiots!
He said, while breathing heavily.
We need to get out of here right now! Oh!
What the fuck? Mark said, putting to words Lisa's exact thoughts.
Now!
What?
Ryan, what the hell are you doing here?
Lisa pointed an accusing finger at him.
Friend of yours?
The receptionist asked, her hand inching under the desk for what was probably a security button.
Not exactly,
Mark said.
Just some nut job that disappeared a while ago and had it blamed on it. Just some nut job that disappeared a while ago and had it blamed on an actual friend of ours.
Ryan froze, like a train that had suddenly run out of steam.
Blamed? Really? What do you know, Mark? I've been through literal and figurative hell and faced my demons just so I could come here and rescue you. Damn it. What do you know, Mark? I've been through literal and figurative hell and faced my demons just so I could come here and rescue you from,
He waved impotently at the receptionist.
Yet, that's the first thing you say? Not even, we're glad to see you survived Ed's crazy revenge abduction, Ryan. No one gives a shit what I've gone through.
He's really not with us, Mark whispered to the receptionist.
In fact, he's just a homeless person. Can you call the elevator for us now?
Lisa barely noticed the exchange. Her ears burned with barely contained rage. They hadn't seen Ryan in a fucking while, enough to think they had finally got rid of the asshole. And now this? Today of all days? Midnight Mockingbird was supposed to be their way to escape from people like Ryan for good.
Ryan, we know Ed didn't kidnap you, or whatever it is you told the newspapers. We know Ed, and we know you,
she said quietly, her voice full of venom she was not aware she still had.
No one that knows you two. No one that knows you two believed it for a second. What is more likely? You went on a drug binge to Europe like you usually do, caught some nasty cocktail of STDs in a cheap brothel somewhere, and your parents needed a scapegoat to salvage their company's reputation.
I do not go to cheap brothels!
Ryan retorted, then blinked. Clearly, this was not going how he thought it would.
And that's not what happened. Really, guys, if you would only listen. I'm here to help you. I'm the good guy this time, and we need to leave right the fuck now. Now. Really, man, you're still on something, aren't you? Now. Really, man, you're still on something, aren't you?
Mark asked, his normally easygoing demeanor evaporating by the second. He stood next to Lisa, his shoulders tense with anger.
Are you really that desperate for attention? Now that we don't have to sit and take your abuse, you're trying to ruin our chances with another company, so what? We'll have to return to you? Ryan, you're behaving like my ex, and you're definitely not hot enough to pull that shit off. I own Pantheon! Off. I own Pantheon!
Ryan exclaimed, raising his hands above his head exactly like a crazy person undergoing a meltdown would have. Ryan exclaimed, raising his hands above his head exactly like a crazy person undergoing a meltdown would have.
Well, I mean, my parents are majority shareholders. If you wanted to work here, you only had to ask, and I would have made you managers or whatever.
He took a couple steps toward them, but saw Mark's expression and froze.
Chill, dude. I know martial arts now. I can take you down. Chill, dude. I know martial arts now. I can take you down. Fuck off, Ryan.
Mark turned to the receptionist.
We're extremely sorry for this. Can you please call the police?
The woman had frozen in place, a strand of her tight ponytail fallen all the way to her half-open mouth. It was at this point that Lisa realized, without knowing why, that they were in actual danger.
I know who you are.
The receptionist told Ryan.
Ryan Randall, the plane shifter. We thought you were in Lady Vane's hands, yet here you are, back home.
Ryan went pale.
Guys, we really ought to go.
Went pale. There was a gleam in the blonde woman's eye that Mark did not like at all. He grabbed Lisa by the arm and dragged her toward the exit, past Ryan as if he weren't there.
Thank you very much for your time, ma'am, but I'm afraid something has come up and we need to leave right now. Now.
This is all a misunderstanding.
Lisa managed to say as they reached the automatic door. It didn't open. The tension in the room grew, turning the silence into a raised blade, waiting to fall. A ping rang out as the elevator doors announced an arrival. They slid open and a pair of albinos, man and woman, in tailored corporate suits. They slid open and a pair of albinos, man and woman, in tailored corporate suits walked out, flanked by half a dozen security personnel wielding batons. The corporate pair had pale white hair and eyes like molten silver. Something about their demeanor told Lisa they weren't cosplayers whatsoever.
Ryan Randall, the woman said. You are a wanted man in the kingdom of Haligis for association with the dark and embracing its corruption. Your sentence is death.
Before Lisa could even register what was happening, a sudden and overwhelming exhaustion spread around her body, dragging her into darkness. It was so unexpected that she did not think to resist. Her legs gave up from under her, and distantly she felt her head smack hard against the cold floor tiles.
Nope.
And distantly she felt her head smack hard against the cold floor tiles.
There we go.
Ding! Lisa managed to say as they reached the automatic door. It didn't open. The tension in the room grew, turning the silence into a raised blade, waiting to fall. A ping rang. Ryan knew he had royally fucked up a second before the elevator doors opened. However, he was not panicking at all when the two Sephiroth wannabes strolled into the lobby like they owned the place. Ryan was the plane shifter, and whoever these two were, they could not stop him from portaling the hell away. And whoever these two were, they could not stop him from portaling the hell away whenever he wanted. He opened his mouth to say something defiant and clever, like what he'd seen Ed do during his duel against Vanes.
Hasmal, dear, if you may,
the woman said. The man next to her waved a hand, lazily, and both Mark and Lisa fell instantly to the ground, as if struck dead by lightning. Ryan felt it too, instantly, a nearly overpowering need to close his eyes and just nod off for a while. However, unlike his two friends, he'd spent months training under a crazy legendary dungeon lady and a bunch of maniacal demons. He had faced mental attacks before, and he had just enough presence of mind to fight back against the psychic compulsion with a desperate He had faced mental attacks before, and he had just enough presence of mind to fight back against the psychic compulsion with a desperation born out of countless punishments every time he'd failed to resist attacks such as this one. He staggered forward, his vision going black at the edges as if he were extremely drunk.
Time to get the fuck out of here,
he thought wearily. The 6 security personnel fanned out around him, and the 2 white-haired guys, careful. The six security personnel fanned out around him and the 2 white-haired guys, careful not to get in their way. Ryan created a portal right in front of him.
Step 1, Get to safety, he thought groggily. Step 2, create another portal right in front of Mark and Lisa and drag them through.
He took a step forward. And an invisible force caught him around the waist and dragged him back and upward, as if he were a plush toy caught by a claw machine. The portal, safety, went out of his reach in an instant. He tried to create another portal millimeters away from himself, but before he could gather the presence of mind, his invisible bindings pushed him downward into a hard smack against the floor. Air rushed out of his lungs, and his head bounced twice after the impact like he was a rag doll.
You missed one, dear,
the woman said, sounding somewhere distant. As stars spread around Ryan's vision.
I must be rusty,
Osmal said. Someone walked in front of Ryan.
No use resisting, the man said, without an inch of compassion. Rest now. You are going to need it.
Help, Ryan thought. The glass doors of the entrance exploded. Into a shower of shards. The white-haired duo and their entourage staggered backward and covered their eyes as a cloud of dense fog seeped into the lobby. Before sleep claimed him, Ryan managed to see a pair of blazing green eyes burning out of the fog, followed by a dark silhouette calmly strolling inside the lobby.
That is enough, said Edward Wright. I'll be taking these three with me now.
Ah,
damn it all, Ryan thought weakly. After all that, you had to come and steal my fucking thunder?
Then he fell asleep. There was half a second of stunned silence as the Silver Knights reacted to Ed's brazen entrance, which gave him enough time to gather his surroundings. Half of the lobby was covered in mist. Ryan, Lisa, and Mark lay in beatific sleep a few feet away from the exit. The receptionist had made herself scarce at some point. The Silver Knights stood at the center of the room, with the 6 security guards watching their backs, looking awfully out of place. Not good odds, Ed thought grimly. If Gallio's description of the Knights was accurate, Ed had absolutely nothing in his arsenal that could put a dent in them. An instant after revealing himself, Ed felt the weight of Osmal's influence fall across his mind, like a weight pulling down his shoulders. Knowing it was coming, the Dungeon Lord pushed the sensation away using his spirit attribute and his Hogbus's stern Knowing it was coming, the Dungeon Lord pushed the sensation away using his spirit attribute and his Hogbus's stern resilience talent. It wasn't pleasant, nor easy, but he had both the experience points and the skills to resist the effects. Anshel's talent, however, although invisible, was a physical attack. Something enveloped the Dungeon Lord, and Ed found himself caught by the waist by the invisible appendage, which dragged him 3 feet off the ground, rendering him immobile, like one of those possessed girls floating in the middle of bedrooms that he'd seen in horror movies before. Anshel's talent, however, although invisible, was a physical attack. Something enveloped the attack. Something enveloped the dungeon lord. The ground. Feet off the ground. Rend.
Lord Wraith, said Hasmal calmly, brave of you to deliver yourself into our hands. Let's see how you hold up now that you can't. Let's see how you hold up now that you can't run away from us.
Tall words from a guy that I last saw under a truck, Ed said, flashing him a grin. He was trying his best to act as if he had control of the situation. If he was to have any chance at all of coming out of this office alive, along with his friends and Ryan, he needed his enemies to doubt themselves for a moment.
Just like all dungeon lords, so confident until your sins are burning out of your body under holy, avenging flame.
Hasmal added, Excellent. This asshole likes to gloat. Under his improved reflexes to gain time to think. Using his improved reflexes to gain time to think, Ed checked Hasmal's character sheet, or whatever little he could glean from it. Hasmal the 8th of the Silver Knights. Experience, 1,800... Sorry, there's a plane out there. Hasmal... Glean from it. Hasmal the 8th. Hasmal the 7th. Nope, the 17th. Hasmal the 17th of the Silver Knights. Hasmal the 17th of the Silver Knights. Experience, 1,874. Brawn and Endurance, 16. Mind and Charm, 12. Spirit, 16. Agility, 10. Blademaster, Heroic, 2. Interrogation, Heroic, 5. Riding, Improved. Nope. Heroic, 2. Blademaster, Heroic, 2. Interrogation, Heroic, 5. Riding, Improved, 5. Dream Interpretation, Advanced, 6. Talents, Advanced, 6. Talents, Advanced Blessing of Hasmal, Holy Power Strike, Holy Magic Resistance, Greater Immunity to Elements, Blessed Metabolism, Immunity to Disease and Poison, Dream Weaving, Unbreakable Mind. The list went on. Oh, well, just my luck, Ed thought. These two are OP as fuck. If he was supposed to fight enemies of the dark, such as them, like Charon claimed, the asshole demigod sure as hell could have equipped him with better tools for the job than a pat on the back, especially before dropping him off unceremoniously in the middle of a forest. Some things were in his favor at least. Their actual experience points weren't overly high. It was their talents that were ridiculous. It was likely very difficult for them to gain any points whatsoever, since objectivity rewarded risk, and these guys had little that could hurt them. If he made it out of there... And these... And there was very little that could hurt these guys. Rewarded risk, and there was very... If he made it out of here alive, Ed planned to change that.
Enough, Hasmal,
said Anshul, shaking her head.
You're gloating. Break his will, make him spill his secrets, and then destroy his mind forever.
Hasmal advanced toward Ed.
Indeed, beloved.
Tendrils of mist spread toward the Silver Knight, but the magical fog never actually touched him, spreading around him as if sharing magnetic polarities. Tendrils of mist spread toward the Silver Knight, but the magical fog never actually touched him, spreading around him as if sharing magnetic polarities.
Let's see how long you can resist my influence, Lord Wraith. Even a dungeon lord, trapped like this, cannot resist me forever.
Bad idea, Ed said, fighting off a new wave of exhaustion. Years of experience allowed him to keep the desperation out of his voice. Do you really think I would actually stroll in here to let you capture me without having a plan in place?
Whatever you have in store, we can handle,
Hasmal said, but his mental barrage wavered for just a second.
Your magic cannot touch us.
There were sirens in the distance. Not that far off, actually. This time, Ed's smile wasn't forced. One of the things all dungeon lords loved was when a scheme developed just as planned.
You have in store?
Do you really think... There were sirens in the distance. It was when a scheme developed just as planned. Maybe not, but I bet Pantheon won't be happy if you force them to expose their Magitech servers to full-on investigation by the locals. Maybe not. Maybe not, but I bet Pantheon won't be happy if you force them to expose their Magitech servers to a full-on investigation by the locals. Anshul blinked, and Ed could feel a distinct reduction in the strength of his... Anshul blinked, and Ed could feel a distinct reduction in the strength of his bindings. Interesting, he thought. Was the power of the knights based on conviction? That would certainly explain why they behaved like angry zealots all the goddamn time.
What have you done, What have you done, fiend?
Hasmal asked, staring at the wall of fog blocking his vision. Now it was Ed's turn to gloat, if only to buy just enough time for the police to arrive. I made a small call to 911, telling them wanted fugitive Edward Wright was here with you guys. I may have also told them he was about to blast Ryan Randall to pieces. As if on cue, there came the screech of dozens of tires breaking, the smell of burnt asphalt, and the roar of sirens coming to life all down the street. Ed even thought he heard an incoming helicopter. He could almost see the detectives jumping out of their cars and taking in the broken glass and the smoke coming out of the building. It was not a sight one would react calmly toward.
Edward Wright, this is Detective Kane of the Police Department. Drop any weapons and surrender immediately. We are coming in.
That's what those things are called, bullhorns, right? A loudspeaker on a naval ship. What do they call those things? Megaphone. They had at most a minute before SWAT rushed the building. Pantheon's security team, who had so far remained out of the encounter, seemed to arrive at the exact same location. Conclusion. Pantheon's security team, who had so far remained out of the encounter, seemed to arrive at the exact same conclusion. They exchanged panicked glances. One of them inched closer to the elevators. The smarter ones dropped their batons and kept their backs to the walls. His first problem, however, was keeping Hasmal from simply running him through with his magical sword before that, which the Silver Knight was clearly considering.
This is not Halagi's, Hasmal. Kill me, and the men outside will want an explanation. They will look into Pantheon. Your bosses do not want that attention. Hasmal narrowed his eyes.
Hasmal. Hasmal. Hasmal.
Anshel warned him.
He's right. We have orders. Do not raise any undue attention from the natives.
As she spoke, she headed for the elevator, which opened without fanfare. Before stepping in, she looked over her shoulder. Without fanfare. Before stepping in, elevator, which opened. As she spoke, she headed for the elevator, which
Kill the plane shifter instead. He's right to take it back after all. Tell them he did it.
If Ed could have moved at all, he would have completely frozen in place. Hasmal took a step into the mist. A portal burst to life somewhere behind Ed. He could see it from the corner of his eye. He strained his neck to take a better look. Gallio was shoving Ryan through the opening with one hand while dragging the dead weights of both Lisa and Mark with the other. His teeth were clenched, yet his expression wasn't of effort, but sheer rage. He looked straight at Hosmal and Anshel.
You act like common thugs! The Silver Knights are supposed to be better than this!
Inquisitor! Anshel dropped Ed, immediately reaching for Gallio and the others, but the Inquisitor had recovered enough of a semblance of his old speed, and this time the portal closed an instant before Anshel could raise her hand toward it. Ed fell to the floor on his back. Ed fell. Ed fell to the floor. Ed fell to the floor on his back.
You won't be able to slither out of our grasp. You won't be able to slither out of our grasp forever.
Hosmal half snarled at Ed.
No Dungeon Lord ever does. Until next time, then,
Ed told him. SWAT erupted into the lobby. Boom! Okay, that is a chapter. And what time is it? Okay, we got another hour and 15. I'm going to use the bathroom real quick, guys. Sorry about this. Just give me a sec. I'll be back soon. My beanie's going crazy. Hold on. Sorry, guys. One more thing. All right. Man, we're making some good progress today. Not as good as I would like, but pretty good. Let's see, did about 30 minutes in the last set. About 50, 80. Not quite 2 hours yet. Chapter 9. A joke with 2 punchlines. The world was a blur of light and confusion. Lisa woke up groggy and with a mean headache, her temple throbbing as if something had used her skull as a basketball while she slept. No more coffee before bed, she muttered, massaging the sides of her head. This was one weird hangover, and weirder still had been the dream that precluded it. She blinked a couple times until her vision slid into focus. She was not in her bedroom. She saw an expensive gaming laptop that looked somewhat familiar, last-gen console stacked beneath a huge TV, and a closet big enough to contain her entire own room. Memories flooded her mind, one after the other. Pantheon. Ryan showing up out of nowhere, clearly high on PCP or something. Then it was less clear. Okay, looks like I need to do one of these thingies. And get rid of that. What is going on? Why am I getting buzzes? Less clear. "She's awake!" someone exclaimed. Lisa stumbled to her feet without thinking. Ryan came into view. His nose was bleeding. "Take it easy," he said. "You hit your head on the way down, I think." You hit your head on the way down, I think. Nasty magical bullshit." I am in Ryan's room, she realized. This is a fucking horror movie. A different blonde man appeared. You are safe, miss. The danger is over, he said. He looked vaguely Mediterranean.
Like fuck it is, she told him. Like fuck it is, she told him, wrestling free and stepping back into the room. Ryan was still doubled over, looking at her as if she'd betrayed him somehow. The other man took a step forward. Stop, or I'll scream. She warned him.
Trust me, I feel the same way,
he said tiredly. Lisa blinked. What? All things considered, the man didn't exactly ooze threatening vibes at her. He had the tired demeanor of someone who was long overdue for a vacation. But she wasn't going to let herself be fooled by that. She had watched criminal shows before and had no intention of being featured in an episode. In an episode.
Hey, wait a second, tough guy, you're freaking her out! No. Hey, wait a second, tough guy, you're freaking her out!
Mark pushed past the man. His beard was disheveled and the side of his face was bruised. He reached her side and pointed at Ryan's gaming chair.
Lisa, it's fine. Sit down for a bit. You were out for longer than me. I think you had a nastier fall.
Mark? You sit down, man. What the hell is going on?
I saved your lives. I saved your lives. I saved your lives.
Ryan said with a sniff.
That's what happened. You're welcome, by the way.
The other man shook his head, frowning.
You put everyone here in a great deal of danger, young man, including your friend Edward Wright.
That got Lisa's attention. Ed's here?
Sit down, Lise, Mark urged her. These two have one hell of a story to tell. Apparently, after introducing Ryan's face to his fist, our old pal stumbled into a magical wardrobe.
What?
Mark turned to Ryan.
Sure. Just for the record, you're being really ungrateful right now, Ryan told him.
Then, with a dramatic wave of his hand, he announced,
Lise, there is a world where magic is real.
Nope. As if to punctuate his words, the air in front of the bed rippled as if the room was full of invisible water. A hole in the fabric of space appeared, smooth, mercurial, a circle with glowing edges that grew until Lisa herself would have easily fit through. The roar of cars and rain seeped into the bedroom.
Lisa jumped back, cursing. There was a familiar alleyway in front of her, the exact spot where she and the other Laser Shark employees snuck off for their smoke breaks. Smoke breaks. Ryan made another dramatic pass with his arm, and the doorway vanished as if blown away by a strong breeze. Strong breeze. For a moment, Lisa's brain tried its best to disbelieve what her eyes had just seen. A sudden hallucination. Special effects. She was still asleep. She pinched herself and winced. Then she saw the wet spots on the carpet where the rain had seeped through. She sat down. This is not how I expected my day to go. She said quietly. The other blond man took a step forward.
My apologies. It never should have happened.
He threw Ryan a stare.
But now that the militant church knows about your association with Lord Wright and But now that the militant church knows about your association with Lord Wright and Argent Planeshifter, your lives are in danger. I'll feel better if you at least know the reason. My name is Inquisitor Gallio of My name is Inquisitor Gallio of Halagees. My name is Inquisitor Gallio of Halagees. I hail from the world of Ivolus.
The video game?
Lisa asked. Inquisitor Gallio of Halagees then told them a story that started right after Ed's disappearance. It started with a bet with the devil, a cave full of spiders, and a monster lurking in the flames of a burning town. The inquisitorial archives on Lord Wraith had grown considerably since, as his danger to the forces of light increased. The psychological profile described a survivor, someone desperate for power to keep his enemies at bay, who surrounded himself with monsters and cutthroats. He was a conqueror of cities and heir to brutal traditions. At the same time, Gallio mentioned a troubled young man trapped between the ineffable games. At the same time, Gallio mentioned a troubled young man trapped between the ineffable games of the light and the dark, forced to increasingly harder choices at every step, inexorably pushed toward some cruel destiny not yet in sight. A part of the story even involved her, Lisa realized numbly as the tale went on. The taking of Constantina. All of this, it seemed, had happened right under her nose. Right after the battle. Even Ryan had gotten involved.
It could have been me,
Lisa realized with a shudder. She was so lost in thought that she only realized Gallio had finished his tale when Mark broke the silence with a forced laugh.
Just like I told you, he said. One hell of a story.
He looked around the room.
I'll give it to you, Ryan. You have way more imagination than I thought. But, enough is enough. Where's the hidden camera? I really want to take a look at what you used to create that illusion. It almost convinced me.
Mark.
Lisa said gently.
Gallio's telling the truth. Telling the truth.
Oh, come on. Come on.
I met him.
Lisa went on, speaking over Mark's protests. She fought to keep her voice steady.
The boatman. The creature that recruited Ed in the first place. Then Ryan. Right after we quit Laser Shark, it wanted to make the same offer it made to them.
This revelation hung in the air for a moment as the three men processed it. Mark was first to react. Mark was the first to react.
So, what? A badass god monster showed up, and you never told me about it? So, what? A badass god monster showed up, and you never told me about it? And you never told me about it?
Ryan was next.
What do you mean, Heron approached you first? That...
Ryan was next. Another damn plane. Another damn plane.
Never told me about it? What do you mean, Heron approached you first? That motherfucker!
The Inquisitor crossed his arms, looking troubled.
I forced myself to think it never happened.
Lisa told Mark, hurt by the betrayal in her friend's face.
It wasn't hard to imagine it as a fever... It wasn't hard to imagine it as a fever dream, and it isn't as if anyone would have believed me anyway. Trust me, man, it wasn't a nice experience. I wish it had been a dream.
Mark looked away from her. Not angry, but confused. Lisa wanted to explain herself better, but Gallio interrupted.
The boatman approached you,
he told her, arms still crossed.
People from your world have shown to be especially vulnerable to the corruption of the dark.
He gave Ryan a meaningful stare.
The offer of those
The offer of power to those who lack it. Passage to a world awash with magic and possibility. Wright jumped at the possibility. Yet you, a close friend, chose another path. I wonder why.
Isn't it obvious? She gave Mark a hopeful look, but he still wasn't looking at her. On the contrary, he had nodded at Gallio's description of Charon's offer. He had not. On the contrary, he had nodded at Gallio's description of Charon's offer. Yes, I would love to live in a fantasy world just as much as anyone, but the boatman's deal was just too good to be true. When the devil offers to make a bet with you, the only winning move is not to play.
Wise, Gallio said. No wonder you played a cleric. By refusing the boatman, you avoided a terrible fate, miss.
Was that entirely true? She wondered. The relationship between the monster in the business suit and Ivolus online had been tangential at most at the time. However, she still had chased the opportunity for Midnight Mockingbird to work with Pantheon. As if unable to completely detach from that world despite knowing better. She had read The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe back when she was a kid, one Christmas morning when her parents hoped to get her and her sister more into reading. Diana had hated how unfairly C.S. Lewis treated Susan Pevensey for growing up to like makeup and dating, and had declared the whole thing a waste of time meant to indoctrinate young kids via religious allegory. Lisa, who identified more with Lucy anyway, had developed a fonder memory of the series, and as she grew up, found her next doses of fantasy in other places. Video games like Baldur's Gate, Diablo, and World of Warcraft. Those were wondrous worlds where she would eventually make friends with like-minded... Those were wondrous worlds where she would eventually make friends with like-minded people such as Mark and Ed. The memory of the Pevensey children pecked at the back of her mind. Bill Underbridge asks, which voice is your favorite for this series? Heron. The memory of the Pevensey children pecked at the back of her mind. In all the books, being forced to stay away from Narnia in the end was a harsh necessity, almost a punishment they had to accept with nobility if they were to retain a sliver of hope of ever returning. That their memories of their time in Narnia faded as if it was a dream while they were on Earth now seemed like a great gift instead of Lewis just being cruel. How could they possibly live a normal life otherwise, sitting in an office 5 days a week while knowing they were once kings? Maybe magic is like a drug, she thought. Perhaps a small dose is all it takes, and you become an addict. I took a tiny hit when the boatman showed up, and although I rejected him, perhaps I'll have that craving for the rest of my life. If that was anywhere close to true, Ed himself had taken far more than a tiny dose of magic. He had downed the entire bottle and asked for seconds. She eyed Ryan and the changes she noticed in him, his emaciation and his skittishness, regarding them in a different, worrying light. The memory of... Oops.
Wait just 1 second, Mark said all of a sudden, breaking Lisa's train of thought. If what this Inquisitor dude said is true, Ed showed up in Pantheon right after Ryan did. Didn't you two leave him alone against those superpowered cosplayers?
That's right, Lisa said. White hair and eyes. Those were Silver Knights? They are all over Alcroth's lore. Endgame NPCs. I think I saw them in a cutscene or two, whenever Ryan didn't skip them. Her eyes widened.
She turned like a whirlwind and pointed an accusing finger at Ryan.
You can create portals at will, yet you still left Ed with them?
Fuck! Ugh.
Ryan made a choked sound, as if he was a dog having his leash pulled in 2 directions at once.
Not only did he steal my thunder, but now I have to go save him? Damn it! Nobody told me becoming a better person was going to suck so hard!
With them?
Fuck! Ugh.
Ryan made a choked sound, as if he was a dog having his leash pulled in 2 directions at once.
Not only did he steal my thunder, but now I have to go save him? Damn it! Nobody told me becoming a better person was going to suck so hard!
Gallio put a calloused hand over the young man's shoulder. Damn it. Gallio put a calloused hand over the young man's shoulder.
Don't. You've done more than enough already, plane shifter. But they want to kill our friend, damn it!
Mark said angrily.
We can't just leave him like that! Oh, trust me, young man. If Edward Wright was that easy to eliminate, he would have spared Haligese all a great deal of hardship.
The smile on the Inquisitor's face was hard to read. It was at once sad, amused, and pained. It seemed as if cynicism did not come natural to Gallio, as if it had been inserted upon him by hardship and circumstance. Lisa wondered just what Ed had done, or what he would do, to warrant such a smile. It filled her with dread.
The type of dungeon lord that Lord Wraith is. They just refuse to quit, no matter what. Sometimes even death is not enough, Gallio went on.
His smile vanished.
That's why he's our best bet against Sephar. They are cut from the same cloth. Exactly why? Make no mistake about this. If Wright returns to Ivolus, sooner or later, he'll follow the same path.
The warmth of Nibbler, which was draped around Ed's shoulder, kept the cold of the rain from seeping into his bones. Around him reigned the deafening cacophony of the police sirens, the demanding yells of the reporters, and the grunts of the officers as they fought to hold back the curious crowd that had gathered around the armored patrol truck that housed Edward Wright. Around him reigned the deafening cacophony of the police sirens, the demanding yells of the reporters, and the grunts of the officers as they fought to hold back the curious crowd that had gathered around the armored patrol truck that housed Edward Wright, infamous kidnapper of the wealthy and, until today, fugitive of justice. Despite it all, Ed closed his eyes and relaxed. Years in the chaotic environment of the haunt had left him with an almost supernatural ability to take short breaks, no matter the circumstance. It wasn't as if his capture upset him. He barely noticed the weight of the handcuffs around his wrists, or the heavier steel shackles around his ankles, which confirmed him to be... He barely noticed the weight of the handcuffs around his wrists, or the heavier steel shackles around his ankles, which confined him to the prisoner's seat at the back of the truck. Not even the 6 SWAT officers surrounding him, armed to the teeth and eyeing him with open hostility, worried him much. He had survived much worse than a fraction of the experience points he now had. He had survived much worse with a fraction of the experience points he now had. The plan was simple: wait until the truck left for a more secluded location, destroy the cuffs, disable the SWAT, then jump away, trusting his character sheet to absorb the damage from rolling off a moving vehicle. Now that Gallio had secured Ryan, there was no need to remain on Earth. He could return to Ivolus soon. He would, no matter what. No use feeling guilty now that we caught you. I'm going to give this one to Ryan. One of the officers in the truck told him. Ed opened his eyes, raising an eyebrow at the man, and studied the shadowy mass of the Pantheon building partially hidden by the storm. A figure walked down the steps of the building, past the security perimeter, and through the wall of soaked reporters. Ed tensed. Perhaps Hazmal had decided he wanted to take a shot at the Dungeon Lord after all. But no, Ed saw as the figure approached. It was just a short man in his 60s, wearing a blue striped suit. Striped, probably. It was just a short man in his 60s, wearing a blue striped suit and thick, transparent spectacles. He held up a black umbrella. An accountant, Ed decided, or a lawyer. Was Pantheon about to try to sue him? A pair of detectives stood in the accountant's way, gesturing at him angrily to get the hell away from... A pair of detectives stood in the accountant's way, gesturing at him angrily to get the hell away from their perimeter. Gesturing at him angrily, about to try to sue him? A pair of detectives stood in the accountant's way, gesturing at him angrily. Behind him, the officer guarding the steps scratched his head, confused. The accountant smiled kindly, like an uncle on Christmas Eve. Ed noted how the shoulders of the detectives relaxed, and their scowls eased off into lax grins. They stepped aside, leaving an open path toward Ed's truck.
Hey, who's that guy?
One of the SWAT officers asked. No idea, Ed said, matching the man's frown. Was he another Silver Knight, one that could hypnotize people? Nibbler stirred slightly, sensing its owner's unease. Perhaps Ed had miscalculated the Inquisition's desire to remain hidden and was about to eat a holy bolt to the face. The accountant certainly did not look threatening. He reached the truck, still displaying his kind uncle smile. One of the SWAT officers jumped out.
Listen, sir, you cannot be here. Is that so, officer? Is that so, officer?
Ah, crap. I forgot to stream to Instagram again. Might as well do it. Nope, can't. Oops. His accent was from the West Coast, posh, modulated. It screamed law firm to Ed.
You see, this young man and I have a talk long overdue. It would greatly please me if you and your friends took a 5-minute rest. I'll handle things from here.
Ed twisted his skeletal hand so it touched the cuff of his right wrist and then absorbed its vitality. Rust grew around the black bones of Ed's fingers, spreading all over the cuffs. The accountant's words were draped in a type of magic the dungeon lord recognized well. Command spells, ones far more complex than his minor orders. The SWAT officers stiffened, then relaxed.
As you wish, Your Majesty.
The one outside said. He shuffled away, his gaze dreamy and unfocused. Around Ed came the sound of seatbelts unbuckling, and then the remaining officers followed suit, looking just as droopy as their partner. Ed broke the rusted remains of the handcuffs. Next, he set to work on the ones around his ankles. As he did so, the accountant struggled to get his umbrella into the truck while the officers left past his side.
Close the door on your way out,
he told them. The door closed right when Ed finished breaking out of his bonds. The dungeon lord and the man were left alone under the artificial white light of the vehicle.
Edward, the accountant said. Our meeting was long overdue. I wish we had been able to each other.
This is a typo.
I wish we had been able to talk to... I wish we had been able to talk to each other sooner, under better circumstances.
Ed stood up. Nibbler transforming from its green hoodie shape into its cursewing form, a ragged, inky black cape whose ends fluttered under a non-existent wind. "Who are you?" he asked, although he was already using his evil eye to gaze into the man's character sheet. King Varen IV, ruler of Haleges. Experience 350. The Dungeon Lord blinked, smothering the evil eye out of sheer surprise. The King of Haleges? That man? There had to be a mistake, and he had less than 500 experience points. Question after question flashed in Ed's head.
Or on your way out, he told them. Or on your...
Question flashed in Ed's head.
I am His Royal Majesty, King Varen I, Holy Monarch of the Kingdom of Haleges, Duke of Zidar. Well, you know the rest. I came here to parley with the leader of the so-called Styravosi Freedom faction. That means you, Lord Edward Wright of the Hunt, co-director of the Standard Factory.
Kill him right now. Something dark that used the voice of his common sense screamed at Ed from the back of his head.
Kill him right now!
Do it without exchanging another word before he has time to react. You can win the war right now, Lord Wraith. Save everyone, your friends included. Kill him with your bare hands. You have done it before. Ed took a step forward without thinking, then froze. There was not a single drop of hostility coming from the other man. Killing someone in cold blood under an offer of parley when they were not even armed with a knife? Edward Wright, the man, not the Dungeon Lord, would never have stood by that. Now he hesitated, trapped between his dual nature like a fly between a giant's fingertips. The sender of those emails, Ed said instead. That was you? All this time, my ally in Pantheon was the damned King of Haleges? That made as much sense as Sauron secretly helping the hobbits avoid Sauron himself. King Varen smiled.
Obviously. We couldn't allow the more zealous members of my court to rid the realm of such an asset as Inquisitor Gallio, and the only person nearby willing to oppose the Silver Knights was you.
He walked past Ed as if he feared no danger from the Dungeon Lord and rapped on the metal wall with his knuckles. A small rectangular opening slid into view, revealing the driver and his co-pilot.
Please, gentlemen, start the ride.
My friend and I need some privacy.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Yes, Your Majesty, the driver said, turning on the engine. The opening sealed once more, and the engine roared to life. The leader of the kingdom, currently preparing to destroy the haunt and everyone in it, took a seat near the middle of the holding cell and gestured at Ed to do the same in front of him. Ed remained standing, grabbing at a hold on the ceiling to keep his balance when the truck came into motion. No one outside moved to stop them. You know, this is the second time someone from your world has stolen a police vehicle to have a chat with me. I'm starting to think it's not me. This is just a hobby for Ivalians. King Varen studied him in silence, with only the sound of the wheels hitting the bumps in the asphalt for background noise. This is a good time to say your piece, Your Majesty, Ed said, losing his patience by the second. Before I change my mind.
I don't think you'll go so far as to kill an unarmed man, Edward. Not yet, at least, and not with the influence of Earth's ways all around, fresh again in your heart.
He adjusted his spectacles with a hand that trembled only slightly.
Not after I helped you save your friend, the Inquisitor.
Galileo is a friend only in a very broad sense of the word. The king nodded.
That happens when men follow the letter of their beliefs more closely than the spirit.
Ed narrowed his eyes. So the head of the snake is having doubts about one of its fangs? Perhaps you'll put out a new edict soon, banning those famous inquisitorial bonfires? Perhaps you'll put out a new edict soon, banning those famous inquisitorial bonfires? Or is that too much spirit and too little letter for you?
Your father shared your problem with authority, Varen said simply. I suspected that may be the case with the son.
If someone from Ivalice had taken a look at the Dungeon Lord in that moment, they might have believed that Ed had all of a sudden turned into stone. Why was he not surprised? When kings from fantasy kingdoms made swooping revelations about one's long-dead parentage, an exclamation of surprise or two was the norm. And yet, there were empty spaces in Ed's memories that demanded an explanation. There were empty spaces in Ed's memories that demanded an explanation, and yet, every time he forced himself to remember, all he managed was a headache. Until today. Today, there was no obfuscating pain, only clarity. He sat, slowly and deliberately. Right, he said, truly feeling as if made from stone. Let me guess. I am the lost heir to an empire. No, even better. Are you my father, King Varen? Are we to rule Haligis together and conquer all of Ivalice?
Star Wars. King Varen's smile turned nostalgic. We watched it in theaters, the three of us. Alex, Helen, and me, back when it came out. Those are your parents' names, by the way. Alex and Helen Wright.
He tugged at his necktie.
You are not a secret heir to royalty, Edward, but I think you already knew that. However, they were good people. The real heroes of my story, if you ask me. They saved my kingdom and my life at the cost of their own. On top of that, they were the best friends a king could ask for. Damned clever programmers as well. Who Who do you think built those very servers you want to destroy so much?
Boom! All right, that's a chapter, and I'm done for today, guys. So thank you so much for coming and hanging out with me. I hope you all had a good time. Tomorrow we start on chapter 10. But tomorrow also we are starting a bit later. It'll be, I think 11:30 a.m. and we only get like 2.5 hours tomorrow because I have fucking meetings in the morning and in the afternoon. One starts at 2 o'clock. So anyway, I hope you guys again had a good time. If you enjoyed yourselves and you want to support us and support this show and show more people how awesome I am at narrating, just subscribe, share the video with people, like the video, get it under the attention of more of the people that you know. And yeah, check the description for all the links. Someone says the Discord link seems to be dead, so I might need to start changing those. But how many chapters are there in the book? I have no idea. But we're at page 150, or 149. We started at 82 today, so we did like 67 pages today. That's pretty good. But yeah, anyways, you guys are awesome. Thanks again. And tomorrow I'll have a new Discord link. But you guys have a good rest of your night, and I'll talk to you again soon. Bye-bye.